Bring it. I'm so sorry, sir.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? How on our day? How every one of us day? Hope we are doing good. We are very well and in great spirit. Waiting to happen today. Let's let's keep at alert. And of course, many things are breaking every day. Many news are becoming more. Very, you know,
for X. So we no
Eh,
need to dey continue the same thing over and over again. You understand? Turn the
No,
replay.
no, say even if they dey shadow ban us, we go still dey, if at all, because there are
can't
fishes
just
everywhere.
abandon it
There are
because
fishes everywhere now.
Why I will not
because
let am cover in the shop.
shadow ban is not
There are
enough
fishes every.
reason to abandon it.
Download TikTok for this course. For this course, not for tap tap tap.
No, nothing where I want.
Fighting for my
Yeah,
future.
any
Say
conversation dey TikTok.
why
Eh?
why in fact the truth be say why as you get Twitter now you must download that TikTok because now everywhere we are fishers of men. Now everywhere we are going to get them. Both TikTok, online,
Shey I
offline,
go
all
just
the
go open
talks, all
TikTok.
the.
Wetin I go dey do for there?
When you open them, no worry, send us your account. We go first follow
You
you.
go
We
dey
go
join
start.
spaces now. You go dey join live. You go dey give us this your historian perspective for there.
Nobody will anybody dey wey dey be this guy wey dey host live that time. He don stop now. Wetin be this guy name?
People they host live now. And many times we dey even
Village
join live.
headmaster, we see there seeking live. I dey seeking live since morning. He just off am sef recently. Another person go soon start now. We go soon go there. So we need as we dey shuffle am, more dey shuffle am. Abeg.
Mm.
Alright, go download TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, it's worth considering. Yeah, I don't know say anything they go on for TikTok. Like that, like that, like that.
Allah. They go everywhere. It's everywhere. We just have to be everywhere, talking to the people, conscientizing the people, getting
Thank
them to
you
ask
so
the
much,
right
everybody.
questions.
It's nice
Because you
to
see, the
have
way the
all of us
Nigerian setting day,
on this.
if you ask question at that time, they go, why are you asking that question? Shut up your mouth. Why are you asking?
Thank you
Shut
so
up.
very much for
That is
being
how
part of the
Nigeria is.
program.
Because they
Start
don't want you to
the
ask questions because they know the moment you start
broadcast
asking
in
those
earnest.
questions, things will start
Then we'll
opening up.
be
And the moment
reacting
they
to
start
waiting they
opening up,
happen
you
for
begin to see
Nigeria
the
in real time.
inconsistencies and the contradictions.
Waiting they saw.
And the moment your eyes is open, the moment you become
It's very, very
aware, the
important that
moment
we
you
have
become
a national,
conscious,
Mm.
you know,
unfortunately, you cannot go back.
discussion on what's
And that is what they
happening.
are trying to prevent. And that is what, like yesterday now, I get one space where we did. When we joined the space, there was this young lady, very young lady. When she dey talk, she go be maybe 19, 20, 20. She was like, she dey insult all those elders. Oh. Say, all of you have failed us. We don't have jobs. Many of us can't go to school. Small girl like this. She was on the space. All these papa, mama, all of them gathered there. They did there, they talk, will be or nothing. But the girl, she tell them that don't worry, we the Nigerian Gen Z, we are coming for all of you. I said, that's it. As the girl, as I hear that young voice, I said, madam, I tell her, I said, come, all this Gen Z on this space, please follow us, go to ascparty.com, get registered. That is the party of the youth, that is the party of the next generation. So now why we guys did that TikTok? Because see, as a lot of these our so-called millennials that are in their 30s, that are in their 40s, that are in their they are all compromised, all opportunists. They are waiting, looking for how they can still benefit from the system. They are hoping to be thieves as well in this same system. And we must begin to train the younger ones to know that look, all those people when they come on fan, what are they? Agbaya, anyone? Agbaya. Their own is just to sell you out. They just want to follow in the same line that their fathers and their mothers have followed into slave catchers' line. That's what they want to do. So when we come outside and we meet this, we must think differently now. We are youths. Come on. The youth of other countries are developing their country. They Nigeria here, we dey follow the old men and old women. They drive, they negotiate.
We
So
still
all
dey
the
we still
young
dey do
youths,
Baba Sokpe for Nigeria.
all the youths, all the young men that are supposed to be vibrant, building the nation, that should be coming up with vital and fair ideas, and they stand behind one old man that should be retired.
Dem dey
They are
collect
singing
SSA,
on
PA.
on your on your mandate we shall stand. Foolish Nigerian youth, useless Nigerian youth, people that have not even that don't understand what it means to build a nation, colonized minds, people
Wait,
that have
why you no
that
know say
told
we get
themselves.
one funny debate? They call am debate, but I just see am as dragging. But anyways, we still pass our message. Why you no know?
Why you
No,
know
no,
they
no.
why you know they TikTok now? You don't know now. Now you say why you
Omo,
dey more on
one
Twitter.
funny.
We
They
never
say na debate, but me I shall know say we go drag on Saturday.
when we deal with them, we show them, we give them everything. They could not say anything. I say we there for the space. You get one guy will come on the space. They say, are you coming to argue for obedience? Baba say, he say, I can't. He say you have to. If you argue for obedience, you have to speak against Shawore and you have to speak against Tinubu and APC. You know what this man said? Random person where I don't know before. He's not even a comrade. He's an obedient. He said, "Look, I cannot say anything against Shawore. In talk am go hard. He said, I cannot say anything against Shawore. He said, I dare not speak against Shawore. In talk am. The man said, I will drop you. The guy was ready to be dropped. As
Mm.
than for him to speak against Shore, he said, I would rather be dropped. That I cannot say a single word against Shore, cannot speak on the name of a righteous man. Meanwhile, some idiots, because Obi, people are following Obi and people are following Tinubu to collect money. They are hoping
Shout
all this
out, I don't drag you come up,
vicarious love for their oppressors. They did there, they worship all these old men. Nations are built with the strength of the young and the experience of the old. That is how nations are built. All the young people that should be out there vibrantly fighting in their localities, they carry themselves, they stand behind people, they are singing on your mandates, they are singing with obedience, they are singing with articulated, instead of them to be part of their own liberation. Cowards, and they call themselves Nigerian men. Anyway, as time goes on, we'll begin to separate the wheat from the chaff, and we are the ones that we will be the role model to the next generation of Nigerian youth that are coming forward to let them know that look, Africa can be built by African hands. Africa for Africans. Now, waiting will build. Everything I just want to talk. Anytime I dey think about how our youths are just, gullible and just they always pain me. But make I leave on for now. Make I let other people.
Yeah, I agree there also. Well done. Why Adegi fighting for my life. Yeah. Uh I've
I'll
been
be
there that
fighting
debate.
for my life again. I
Oh
like him.
boy.
I like how I say.
I'm fighting for my life. South, this is the first time I'm hearing your voice. I always see you in the comment section. I've never seen you come out
No,
to speak.
I did talk well, I did
How can
talk
no
well.
call speak now? That one's why we go call speak now. He go just scatter everywhere. That's why they come now.
Welcome.
I been did the debate for TikTok, Shadadi. I even follow yourself. My name for TikTok now best. So oh I hear you some there. I don't did TikTok for a long time, yeah. And it gets some guys where they actually start the support show for TikTok, but based on say people know they to actually they speak more of Shore, all of them don't gravitate towards Obi now. Like plenty niggas, man, for the maybe say they're starting at Shore they want to, but the vote is not just the that side. And what you guys understand now, see, Twitter don't already they compromised, man. Everybody for here, they don't buy them, they don't pay in full. Everybody they chop their money now. So now why is he say they had to even break for here sef we go do space to get certain numbers they had not be like say we not they pass the right message, but everybody they already collect their share of the money. It go be from ADC, it go be from anywhere. But for TikTok now, people just they TikTok now just breast and yash, they just the same for there. So if you just come there now with this level what they do for you, now why you go see say it dey easy to catch people for that. Normally TikTok na very free market, man. Na very, very free market we fit explore normally. So now wetin I want just tell OIA be that because we need people there where plenty people just they open there to see if you just explore.
Once they just get explanation there, they're ready to follow you straight up.
Once you they
I
speak
think
like why you now they speak BB grammar.
you
Once you don't they
understand
tell
all
them
those things, all those history. Once they just hear it like two, three times, they will just go register
they
once.
will begin gift you. Once they gift you
And
now,
gifts. You see that TikTok, anybody they press, they just they do. They sabi do follow for that TikTok. Gone. Shout out to Ingenious Abby. Now in they always drag us good at TikTok. See, you get some people where they talk there. They know they see show let people to come defend them. What did they happen? Big shout out to you, boss. You do it.
yeah, even that live on a debate that with civic space. I just did there. Even before that, before when I even go that space, some weeks earlier, that very guy, he one they gravitate, he dey always they talk one they call show, right? But now mostly obedience they climb that space. Now mostly obe people they climb that in platform that time. Once they climb, everybody just the sing obi. You see get one survey be saying I show whatever picture they put. But now when I go in life now, article and obi they put based on say nobody there to speak for sure for that side. So now just what you guys do be that.
I don't try sign up say, but I dey try navigate on it. So it take
Old
any
man. Old man, don't worry, I'll go help you. Brother, brother, me,
guy
don't worry, I'll go
you
help you.
make me I
I'll help you
don't
set up account. I just do why you don't say I don't
I
fit.
don't understand you. Now you make me old man.
You know, say
I
that's
go
how they
just
always do now. Even my
I
senior
know
bros,
too
that's how they
like
always do. And
all
any
this social
opportunity
media
to
I
spread
go
out.
point but I go dey the
Okay,
TikTok now.
shout. Now you they asked for civic number yesterday, ba.
Yeah, and then maybe
Okay,
they ask for
best.
my
I
number.
remember I'm best. Yeah. Why? If you reach out to
South
him for
South,
WhatsApp now, if you reach
I
out
bet
to him
any space
immediately.
where you did where you see say it is swap, I bet just message me. Oh. Just let me
Yeah,
send me
yeah.
link.
I go if I don't even text you now self for
Uh-huh. You don't where you text me for TikTok or where? South South.
Yeah, obviously. Once I just I go the forward and give una. I dey hear you, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, bless, bless.
Yeah, you're welcome. Godwin,
Literally, the
thank
whole
you for
internet
the
don't dey talk
discussion.
about you
Thank you so much for
everywhere. I
coming
just
to
dey
the
see update
studio
everywhere.
They
here,
never say
Waka
anything. They go hear
Ocean
am. They
Charts,
never say anything.
Civic
everywhere, like
Space,
everywhere, just
um,
dey talk about
with
you. Like
Wetin Dey Happen,
yeah,
you know,
I just have a party
what we dey talk
leadership
about.
needs to
And
just
Shore is
continue to dey
trending,
stand on their ground.
why is Shore
Yeah, they do
trending?
well now, sha. I make sure just
Why
do more.
is it trending?
We must keep
Wetin
doing
Dey
more. We go
Happen
improve now.
really
It's
make am
never, say
trend.
the thing
And
is
many
na marathon,
Nigerians
no be
are
sprint.
debating Shore as
And when we
who
get people, it's not a matter of
2027
getting people
leader
to
and
just,
his hardship.
oh, I love Shore. You get the ones who go
Wale
call it, oh,
Shore,
I love Shore, I
five-year
love AAC. No,
journalist and two-time
these people must
presidential
become
candidate
comrades.
with the African Action
They must
Congress has
become
gone
ideologically
through
strong too. They must know the
revolution now
basics.
movement
The
against
basics.
corruption
They
and
must know the
inequality.
basics. They must be.
Supporters
In fact,
praise
they
his
must just be
fearless
class
stand
He
conscious.
get one, he get one
surfacing
man
in
today, Mr. Benson. He later
2023
run.
clip
I
of
think they ask the same question all
ex-military
over and over
Salam
again.
Abubakar,
Eh, why Showore no
warning
fit
he
form
would leave
alliance?
Nigeria
Why no
if
fit form
Shore
coalition
won
with
again,
people wey fit
while
win?
critics
You know all
fear
these
his
their
radical
ideas with
ideas
person wey
will
fit
I
win.
bet
lead
you know they hear me.
or leaving
And I
Yeah,
give
they
me
hear you.
assignment.
a US-funded failure hijacking
You don't do them.
the
I
demand
don't.
grows
I did do am.
woes
If you
under
do them,
I know
just
what
let
I
us
go
know.
try.
of fuel
We go follow
calls
you, ASAP.
for change ahead of
So we can't
2027
Eh,
dey try
election.
yeah.
I can't dey try dey break am down for am say
So
ideology
many
dey
things
very
happening really.
important. Make we just leave all the
It's
integrity,
important
all the
that we set
principles
the
and the
record
ideology
straight.
just because of the sake
It's
of
important we set the
forming
record straight.
alliance.
It's
Carry
important
himself go ADC
we
because he
you know
can win.
we we
They gone
we
dey
highlight this
they
issue
just dey think scenario inside their
based
head.
on a kind
They
of
can imagine
perspective
say
that
they can't give am one
have
post for
one
inside APC
perspective where
now,
the thing
for
needs
inside
most of
ADC
us
now. Shey I think say
most of
maybe
us
im go dey compromised. I dey tell you
deceive
say
ourselves in
person na
believing that
socialist,
what
na
has been
socialist.
truth.
You dey tell me say make
And
im go
then we are
work, assuming
in the
say which
modern era
assumption be
where
that?
everybody
E no
have
fit
access to
happen.
information. All right,
But our people,
information
they
warfare
don't.
Carry on.
They,
is a thing.
the level at which people know they understand, they go far
No,
go.
you know go see. You need to understand that what has been done to the minds of our people is a terrible thing. They have really their minds are finished. You understand? Make person talk say say Shore is being paid by CIA to do what?
Seems
What
as
what
though
does
I
Shore
will
want to
have
pay?
to
What does CIA
end
want to pay Shore to do that they
this
cannot pay
particular
Tinubu to do?
space where I did. So yeah.
What do they want to pay Shore to do that Tinubu will not do without even one kobo? They don't even need pay Tinubu to go do am. So what is the point of going to get a Shore? You know how many they have hundreds
Come here.
So yeah, I think I've problem solved. I think I will have to, you know, we'll be listening to that meeting of Nigerians, giving a live commentary on this whole development around Shobore. Development is quite interesting. Many Nigerians have different feelings or different opinion of who Shobore is really. Some see him as a radical revolutionary, all right, who is very much primed to um, confront the Nigerian behemoth, the political siege, as some would call it, in Nigeria. All right, some would believe that, some would say, based on evidence, that Nigeria is a political captured, situation. That the whole place has been captured by some elite group of people whose agenda is very, very narrow, and that agenda is to milk the resources of millions of people. That is the agenda. And they have cornered the whole thing to themselves, such that even for you to even aspire for political position, you've got to be extremely, extremely rich. So you either have to kowtow and basically, you know, gravel and bow and worship the ground that they walk on for them to give you a leeway for you to grow within the rank and of course some call it political godfatherism. All right, you either have to bow down for them and grow through the ranks, all right, or you are extremely rich, you belong in that circle, all right. You have to belong in that circle for you to stand a chance, all right, to basically lead or represent your people. And of course, everything is well, you know, well orchestrated against the people, and they have used their elected positions to impoverish the Nigerian people. All right. So they see Sharia as a threat. And one of the things that Sharia has done is to create a party, a party that will give room or leeway or ground or platform for the ordinary people. That is what Sharia has done. And they find this very, very intimidating. They find this very intimidating. They are not they are not happy that Sharia has brought a level playing field for everybody across board. So many would argue that they have sponsored a smear campaign against Sharia, calling him a CIA or perhaps linked to foreign governments, even without any evidence. No evidence whatsoever. All right. Aside from the fact that he established, a global platform that started its operation from the United States. That is the only evidence that they have. And of course, any organization can also, any serious media organization can start from anywhere across the world. So why should it be a problem that he established or started Sarah reporters in the US? And is it really logical for us to conclude that this is enough evidence that he's working for a foreign government? And of course, his activities also shows. All right, can you be working for a foreign government as an undercover agent, and all your details, your track record, your business associations, your details, your phone number, your contacts, you are accessible, you declare your motive to represent your how can you represent how can you be doing the bidding of the US government, and you are calling out the US president, all right, for all of the nonsense that he has been doing recently? Is it possible? I think this is a very novel or perhaps new means of operation by the CIA. But evidently, we can see someone who is quite patriotic, who wants to really submit himself to serve his people, right? But there's a smear campaign going on against him, just to demarcate and to, as usual, just as it was in 2023, you know, just to remove um, the possibility of him also running out of the picture. That is the whole idea, really. And I'm so glad to have Godwin Saint in the program today to talk about Wetin Dey Happen. And Wetin Dey Happen, one of it is on the screen right now. It's trending. Nigeria debates Showore as bold 2027 leader amidst hardship. Is there hardship in Nigeria? Is Nigeria a very top? Is Showore a very top contender in the race? All right, in the race going towards the next general election in Nigeria. Let's have your take. Godwin Saint, are you there? You're welcome to the studio. It be like say my organ never ready to address us, and that is totally fine. Totally fine. And we are going to put the link on your screen right now. If you have two smartphones, if you are joining us from TikTok, you may not be able to request for mic for now, because we are here to meet up with the trajectory, with the what is it called, the benchmark. All right, we are not up to 1,000, and not up to 1,000 followers yet. We are working towards it, right? And you are part of that project. Please, as you are entering the TikTok, as you are entering the YouTube, please press that subscribe button, press that follow button, follow us massively, and then you are giving us opportunity, and of course we are moving higher such that we are able to um, accommodate speakers from um, directly from TikTok. So thank you so much for joining us. It's nice. It's a joy to have all of you. It's a joy. It's a joy to have all of you. It's interesting that people are so much interested in the affairs of their country. So much people want a better Nigeria. Hmm? Nigeria wants a better Nigeria, a Nigeria that they can be proud of, really, a Nigeria that they can be very, very proud that yes, this is my country. But you now begin to ask whether or not they are willing to fight for that country. Is another ball game entirely. The fact that they are willing to fight for it is a different ball game altogether. All right. And my question is, are we ready to fight for Nigeria? Is Nigeria even worth fighting for? All right. And my question is Nigeria even worth fighting for? All right. So it's very, very important that we look at all of these things from every side, from every side. So thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of it, and you're welcome to as many as those that will join us across all platforms. We want to have this discussion. Uh, it's very, very important. I'll be reading quite a number of things, a whole lot of things, and under this waiting they happen, we will look at this very the development, the new development going on, right? We can see Mr. Banks saying Shore and with a hand on the fist. And we can also see the allegations flying up and down. Shore, Omale Shore's revolution is a US funded operation to sabotage real movements and kill socialism in Nigeria. Where is the source? No source, because we have investigated this allegation by David Udein. He has brought nothing except the fact that Sarah reporters that Shore really is a founder collected aid, all right, aid from a non-government organization, and seems to be that aid is the evidence for David Udein. And of course, David Udein himself is a beneficiary of that very same NGO, right? There are NGOs that are dedicated for journalism, and they have courts and slots for extraordinary excellent journalism work across the world, and they are willing to even give to it. All right, they are willing to give to it, and if they have figured out that Sahara Reporters is one of the prominent journalist platform across Africa, and they put money into it to fund and to give them leverage to continue what they are doing. What is really fundamentally wrong in that? And of course, did Shure collect this money personally or on the name or on behalf of Sahara Reporters? And Sahara Reporters is beyond Shure. Shure has said it time and time again that he's not even longer involved in the day-to-day running of Sahara Reporters, right? And that has been over 5 years now that he's no longer involved in the day-to-day activities of Sahara Reporters. So how does this result in working for the US government? Or is it a crime to take grants from organization that wants to further journalism? Then that is the question that audience would have to answer. All right. So, and of course, from the people's lawyer, Inibi Effiong Achore, is a leader that you need when going to battle. Because people are used to the status quo, they are scared of him and his radical ideas. Imagine what a Shore presidency would look like in 1 year. Leave your bias and think about it for a moment. And this is something that I think everybody should reflect on really. Godwin, are you there? Can you hear me? Please jump in at any point in time when you're ready, just to check on whether you are here. Comrade Godwin, are
Yes,
you there?
yes, 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 yes. I'm back.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
I'm am I
okay.
audible now?
Yes, 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 you're audible.
Yeah. Uh, it's it's just a pity that some Nigerians think that what we are currently facing right now it's a joke. Like the one that called himself Sheilo that said that Nigeria is now safer than 10 years ago. Do you know that as we are speaking today, this afternoon, 6 people, am I still audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible. Sorry for that. Sorry about that. Please proceed.
Okay. Do you know that as I'm speaking right now, this afternoon, this morning, 6 people were abducted in Ondo State again. 6 worshippers in Celestial Church, and that is the same state of Sheilo that said that APC has made the country safer since compared to 10 years ago. And it's just it's just it's so unfortunate that people will come online to be talking rubbish at the detriment of the larger populace. This morning I have been in some places in TikTok, as in I even went to, you were there today and I was seeing your comment and thinking it's just that the guy not give me mic. I don't know how go. I tried to talk to that useless Ben that was talking absolute rubbish. He is in UK, but he's talking about that. He's saying that so cannot. He doesn't have the capacity to become the president that he should. He needs to go and be in coalition with thieves and murderers, looters and liars that have destroyed this thing. Like seriously, some people and they need to even, some people not deserve to be alive because of the kind of way they talk. Like, I was really, really angry today. Thank God that I wish that guy gave me the mic to say things. He never accepted my mic. I would have insulted the hell out of that idiot. And the same idiot is from Kogi State. Go and look how terrorists have overrun Kogi State. But you are there talking nonsense, talking rubbish. That Sogore doesn't have the capacity. You that has the capacity, what stops him from contesting as the president of Nigeria? And to think to even portray this issue forward, from majority of diaspora outside Nigeria, they are the problem that we are even having, because they will still be in where good government is working. They will be supporting bad government back home. Like seriously, these guys are more than the politicians that are even ruling. They are evil. You are there where there is 24 hours light, but you are here supporting darkness. King even said it today that in September 2025, till this current day today, that they don't have light in their own area. Can you imagine? Since September, we are talking about 5 months plus. September, October, November, December, January, February. 5 months plus, there is no light, and someone is in outside the country supporting the same government that is giving us darkness. As we are talking today now, 6 people were kidnapped in Ondo State. The same Shinilos state, that the same idiot that came online last week that was saying that APC Nigeria is now more peaceful and safer than 10 years ago. Like seriously, how do these guys sleep in the night after taking this rubbish, after lying? How do they sleep? We need a radical approach. The time we are now, we need a radical approach to tame these hyenas in power. And Sowore is the only serious candidate among all of them. All of them, all the whole people that are contesting now, all of them are looters. And if they still go there, they are still going to loot, because they are going to be favoring their friends. You understand? Peter Obi presidency now cannot favor the general masses. Forget it. Forget his campaign. Someone that doesn't have ideology doesn't. You cannot come out and protest, and you cannot come out and protest. You cannot come out and join the people, but yet you are always crying for the people to come and give you their votes. But when they need you most, you will be absent. If not this electoral reform now is concerning him, he wouldn't have come outside for protest. Which protest has Peter Obi ever led in Nigeria? Even all the misrulers in power, which of them has led the protest? Then at the end of the day, now someone will still be saying the major problem we are having in this country is that we still have so many Nigerians that are subscribing to more suffering, more hardship, lending their support for their misruler that will ruin their lives, that are ruining the lives of millions of Nigerians. How can you support the same people that have ruled us from 1999 till date? Today, we have not been able to have a society of good roads, good electricity, good pipe-borne water, good healthcare system, and good educational system. We have not been able to fix these 5 major things. Agricultural sector, zero. There is no sector that is even working in Nigeria today. There is no sector. You will want to go to the immigration center and say you want to fix your passport, you want to renew your passport. You must pass through one oga. You must settle. If you not settle, your passport will not even come out in the next 3 months. What kind of country is this? That you must know someone that knows someone before you get what you want. What is really going on? How long are we going to continue living in this kind of docile, living with this kind of docile leaders that don't even think? Okay, do you know that today Dino Melaye was celebrating one car, the car that is being bought? He was celebrating it that the car is faster than Ferrari. Can you imagine? Celebrating a toy, a car that you cannot even drive in a state. There is no road that he can drive that car because the Kogi State have one of the bad road in the country. He is in Abuja there buying cars that he cannot drive to his own community, he cannot drive to his own village. And still yet our fellow Nigerians that are suffering the ripple effect of their poor policies will still be supporting these idiots in power. It's not unfortunate. Nigerians, let's wake up. Let's wake up. These guys have lied to us. Why can't we? Election is around the corner now. So many Nigerians are still ready to sell away their future. At what cost? To what end? What are we going to gain from this present and past misruler? Past and present misruler that still wants to come and ruin our life. So we have been fighting for justice, freedom, equity. Why can't Nigerians support this man for crying out loud? We have been crying that we need someone, we need a messiah, we need someone that will change the status quo. These people cannot change it. The people who caused the problem we are experiencing today, we never bring out the solution to fix it. Omoyele has been there. Why can't Nigeria? Why can't we just support this man for crying out loud? Why do we have to depend on election with money? Why? Why do you even have to collect money before you vote as a citizen? Why? Nigeria, enough is enough, man. Make we try just
that thing they always bust my brain. Say our people they collect. They know they do that calculation well. Happy, they just want to really, intentionally, be very, very much sabotaging their own,
yes, it is intentional sabotage,
because
intentional betrayal.
if they do that calculation
sorry.
well, they
Sorry,
get person with it. Yeah.
Godwin, make I tell you something. When I not say this money collecting thing, some people don't collect this money because they are poor. I hope you know.
No, they are not even
Because
doing it. Some people,
I don't dare voting center will be say that they share money like this. People where they collect this money, these are not people. These are people from my community. These are not people that 5K is their problem, 10K is their problem. Oh.
at all, but
They
they will
just
still
have that
collect it.
culture. They just have that culture that is election day, oh, time to sell vote. Like so that everybody can go and say, you know, collect your own. Me, I collect my own. Oh. Ah, you miss.
You,
Eh?
can
So you
you,
know, see,
ca-
they share on now. In
ah,
fact, some people I look at tell you one thing, God, because you know
bro,
this. Last
bro,
last election, some
bro,
people go vote. Some people go vote, they come back and come talk say, hey, we don't collect our money. Oh. They share money of people that did not want to go and vote before. They stand up, go vote. Laugh won't kill me. I say, God.
bro, you
Ah
are not
no.
lying. See, you are not lying. See, I have been in a polling unit whereby you go see people where they drive car come, where be say to even fuel that car, not be small. They go see they drag 5,000 to 2,000. What the hell? Other, please, I am using this opportunity to beg other Nigerians to beg other Nigerians that 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 are not that are on different platform. I know you might be listening. You guys are listening to me now. See, take it or leave it. If Nigerians keep voting and supporting the same people that have been ruling us from 1999 till this very day, and yet we have not seen anything to even count to their own as their own antecedent. See, it is just more suspicion to suffering. It is more suspicion to hardship. It is more suspicion to failure. It is more suspicion to bad roads, bad healthcare system, bad poor educational system, more suspicion to no water, more suspicion to failure, more suspicion to cry. Today, we were on that space today when one idiot from Kogi State was talking down on Sowore. From there, I read the news that bandits, terrorists invaded the Celestial Church in Ondo State. They took away 6 people. To even travel in Nigeria now, it is by the grace of God that you will travel. You will first of all call your family member. At least Mona keep so million for. Imagine, but all these things are we like Sheyi Law. If like seriously now, if maybe I come in contact with Sheyi Law like this now, I swear to God, me and that guy will go set blow, and I swear say you know go fit beat me for that rubbish when he talk. See, it's high time we start beating some of our fellow Nigerians for the rubbish they are supporting, because if we don't start with our own fellow oppressed, we have to start teaching
Well,
our own
we
fellow
are
oppressed.
mandated to clarify that this platform does not recommend or facilitate violence.
No,
It's
no,
a matter of,
no,
you know,
no, no, it's
even
just the
though these
more.
individuals,
Viewers and listeners discretion. We give,
yes, it's for educational purposes. This is for
I,
educational
this
purposes.
is practical. This is theoretical example. You know.
It does not necessarily have to be practical or perhaps a psychomotive.
It's like hey,
seriously,
exactly.
Is proceed. Okay.
but seriously, if you even come to think of it, these guys are just they are ruining our life. Lives, see, lives that are at stake, not be animal, not be chicken. There is no day that passes by in this country that people don't die. It is impossible. Every day you must hear 10, 20, 5, 1, 100. Are we animals? Even animals don't die in same nations the way human beings die in Nigeria on a daily basis. And yet, the rulers in power don't even care about what happened in their own constituency, what happened in their own state. It's so let's be serious with our life. Why our own fellow Nigerians betraying us? Betraying us. They are even sabotaging themselves by supporting this ruler. What are they even gaining in supporting hypocrisy? What are they gaining? What are they gaining? Like seriously, sometimes I will even come to think of it. These guys that are even talking this rubbish, and the most painful part of it are this the idiot Keyino that said Nigeria is more safer. His family is not in Nigeria. I need to call him idiot because he's an idiot. I still have my own.
Maybe there are things associated with his tenure that
I still have my own reason to even call him idiot. Why? Okay, the Nigeria is paper. Why not? Carry your the family. Don't put them for one those things you for come. Carry, and this same guy now, his relative died because of bad healthcare system. When he was calling out the governor, but today now he's even more like seriously. How do we even end up with this kind of thoughtless human being that only think about their belly? They think that because they are okay, they can just they have been able to build one house, have 3 cars, you understand, and be able to afford food at least, can be able to afford fuel, drive to wherever they want to drive, maybe in Lagos, in Abuja. That is where life ends. That is where life ends for them. They don't even think about their own fellow citizens that cannot even afford half of what they have. Was it not Omoyele Sowore that an anchor, a journalist was asking that, why can't you just go and live a good life with your family? Why can't you just just at least be on a seaside? Baba say no be that. Baba say okay, if he and a children and a wife want to live that kind of life, what about the other Nigerians that cannot even afford? See, that is what we call value for humanity. He said sometimes even the children themselves go see expire milk. They say, Daddy, let's do this. He said in Nigeria, there is nothing like expire milk. Imagine children for Burkina see carton a busload of expire milk. They are not even care. They will not even care to check if it's expire milk. They will gladly take it because there is hunger in the land. This is why Baba said he keep fighting so that everybody go at least have something to no one will have to hurt each other before he or she eats. But yet, every election cycle, our own fellow oppressed citizens and then worse pass. They go see they support the same people when they kill them. Who do us this one? What kind of mentality Nigeria get? Why can't Nigeria just wise up? Please, reasoning, this brain God give us, may we use and they evaluate things. Don't be only to the use and they store things. Use it for evaluation. Use it to classify things. Use it to know what is right and wrong, good and bad, white and black. Some people just get brain, they don't even they make use of them. Anywhere the left face, anywhere my leader say me we go, now there we go. Anywhere my pastor say me we go, now there we go. Anywhere my imam say me we go, now there we go. How long are we going to continue on this cycle of stupidity? Nigerians keep doing same thing, same thing yearly, every day, and we are expecting the same result. And the most painful aspect and the most annoying aspect of it is that these guys that are lending their support for these oppressors and ruiners in power, they will still go to church, they will still go to mosque and be fasting and praying for Nigeria to get better. But they will be praying against insecurity, but yet they are voting for the same people that are causing the insecurity in the nation. How this our own Nigeria want to get things? I don't tire for all these people, but we not fit give up. He will still be advising them. If you look as if you are mad, you are stupid, you don't even know what you are saying. Like seriously, Nigerians don't. Some Nigerians, if you even hear the way they talk, if you even see the way they write, what they write, you will even be asking, this one a human being? You will even be asking yourself, is this one a human being? Does this one even have human conscience in his or her heart? How long let me just even tell you, some of our own oppressed citizens, they are just awaiting oppressor. Just that they have not even been able, they have not been able to get to that power, that have not been able to get that power. They will even be worse. They will even be worse than these oppressors that are oppressing and tormenting us. We must take side. This is time we must take side. Nigeria must be on the side of those who are fighting for justice, equity, and fairness, not those who are perpetuating impunity, hypocrisy up and down. Election go come, they go begin come be the same money for some people. Some people go just lose their conscience. Their conscience will just die. They will not even think about their own people that are being destroyed. How come? How we can't even they end up for this rubbish? How? And the every day we say that giant of Africa. Which giant? Giant of hypocrisy, giant of corruption. Other smaller nations that are progressing forward. But Nigeria will keep on retrogressing because of the kind of foolish policy, foolish policies some of our citizens are making. Some kind of policies that will even ruin their life. Once they ruin our own life, and we will not support them. It's just a pity. In Nigeria now, there is nothing like your mom, or you are even sick like it. But even you have health problem, you just call 911 for ambulance. Zero. In a day. How long are we going? Wait, as in, people are dying. People are suffering. People are hungry. People are hungry. And if you even come outside, interact with Nigeria, some will even tell you, say, I'm nothing concern me, concern election. Even if I vote, I don't vote, my vote not do count. Which day 10 million Nigerians don't come outside, okay, may we vote this revolutionary comrade? Election will already day on board now. Why can't 10 million Nigerians come outside, type the other 6 million or 12 million when you vote for their oppressors? Another 15 million wey be say they don't even dey vote, wey they get vote that time. Why can't we just come outside, support something, support it?
If they get 10 million people, if they get 10 million people for Nigeria who support Showore, we no go do election for Nigeria. And the next day we go come out. Now the next day Tinubu go come out office and they tell you for a fact. Next day.
See, I can continue. See, I can even continue in the next 10 hours. I can still be. We know they speak propaganda now. We dey speak. We know they carry the down and come dey talk wetin we don't know. Now how it dey happen? Now we dey talk because people life dey destroy. People think, oh God, see, okay. And I'm even talking to you now. People can no longer even pay rent in the town. People cannot even afford light bill. Light bill is now more higher than half rent. Okay, imagine my own house, comrade. That I remember I told you then that the light bill was 30K. When I traveled, they now skyrocketed to 60K. From 60K, skyrocketed to 100K. That is what today now. I have to go to the NEPA office. I say, see, if now that all of us could die for here today, arrest me, no wahala. But as far as we are not, bring prepaid meter, you guys will. Kind of wickedness is this? Prepaid meter, you refuse. Yet you keep on skyrocketing. I am the woman. You, and you pay 30,000 naira, 35,000 naira light bill. You that is the NEPA staff, can't you? The woman was quiet. Seriously, if we don't stand up and challenge some kind of stupid law sometimes, we are finished. We are finished. Some people see that Showore will stand up and be speaking again. Just look at what David Umahi was doing. Those slaves that were with David Umahi today, they not let Showore ask David Umahi a question. These slaves that were with David Umahi carry the matter put for head. and that one na person papa o. But if that woman was that those idiot wife, will they be behaving like that? Person wife, mother, you dey hold am money for 12 years, good years to pay, you no pay, and you have this million, you have this trillion in at your disposal. Why can't you just pay this innocent woman, let her go in peace? You come still arrest am join on top of money wey you dey hold am because say you have power of incumbency, thinking that you will become minister of works forever. I I Bito Igbetokun say yesterday he was inspector general of police, but today he's no longer, na former e come be. That is how it is. That is how it is. Black man, some of our own fellow human being go just see power like say they are now deputy god in Nigeria. They behave as if nobody is. For how long are we going to even continue like this? Okay, they still get the power. For them to even make use of the power, so that let the people feel your governor wahala. Instead of them to give people happiness, they will be giving people more pains and more tears. We all just need to stand up. Eh? Imagine this place that now we have 10,000 people listening. At least they will be hearing these things. But as far as they not be, concern Pella and Davido, concern Whiskey, concern Messi and Ronaldo, concern Burna Boy and P Square. From Nigerians to not be, they are not interested. They are not interested. Many distractions, plenty distractions. Religion distraction dey there. Eh? Plenty division, distraction. For us to just come, let's form a formidable voice, a formidable thing force that will challenge this reckless power in authority. No. Na that time you go say abeg na Tinubu dey work for, Sowore na Tinubu dey work for, e dey CIA agent. But you no join am. Support good governance zero, but yet you dey cry say Nigeria is bad, there is bad government in Nigeria. Okay, support a candidate that is on social welfareism for everybody. No, na imperialist na dem dey support, capitalism na dem dey always dey support. Seriously, we have a long way to go, and this is not the right way. We have to challenge this power. We have to challenge them. Because time dey go, we no go live forever now. Okay, na so na like this we wan come just still live this chaos for our own upcoming generation that is coming. Is it how we are going? What is the future of the kids in Nigeria? What's the future? There is no future if this same government continue to rule. There is no future for the common man in this country. Let me drop the mic here.
Thank you very much, very powerfully. Thank you very much. You've said quite a good deal, and our audience have listened very passionately. And to as many as those who are willing to join this conversation, please make use of the link on your screen. It's very, very much active. If you press it very well, correctly, appropriately on your browser, you will find yourself in the studio here. This is the People's Media platform, and there's no bottleneck or bureaucracy. You can have access to, say your mind. You say your mind, you talk your mind. We may disagree, we may agree, but we give the platform for everybody to have a say. So this platform is not really something that is an RNG situation. It is for everybody to have a say, and it's very, very much approachable because we have to discuss about our situation in Nigeria, and we will now have to dig deep whether or not hope day for poor people in Nigeria. Shey hope day for poor people for Nigeria. And of course, one of the things that Godwin talked about was the situation of house rent in Nigeria. And I will just glance through or read through some things before, like an interlude, as we take this recess, as we are about to pass the mic to Shewa Ilara. The situation with house rent in Nigeria right now, early 2026, is tough for most people. It's widely seen as a full blown housing affordability crisis, especially in major cities like Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and others. Rent has been rising sharply for years, driven by high inflation and naira depreciation, making building materials way more expensive, massive housing shortage, millions of unit deficit, especially in urban areas, rapid urbanization and population growth outpacing new construction, landlords passing on higher replacement costs and seeking better yields. Many reports describe it as a rent crisis or affordability migration, where people are forced to move further out, downgrade, or struggle massively with payments. Households often spend 50 to 70% of income on rent, way above the recommended 30%, leaving little for other needs. Low and medium income earners, even on the 70,000 plus minimum wage, are hit hardest, with many facing eviction risk or doubling up. All right, let me hang it there as we pass the mic back to the members of the panel. Shiwailara, are you there? Oh wow, it seems as though we have lost Shiwailara as well as Adeike. Wow. All right, so let me continue with the reading, and I will be checking intermittently to check if our speakers are back. All right, all right. Recent trends: year-over-year rent increases roughly 10 to 20% nationally in early 2026, with prime Lagos Abuja areas seeing up to 25% in some sub-markets. So this is a very big issue, all right, where in Lagos, one bedroom apartment monthly monthly average is within 150,000 to 185,000 annually, an average of 1.8 million to 2.5 million overall. But prime spots much higher. Premium area, one bedroom can hit 3.5 million to 20.9 million per year. That is, example is Equa Atlantic, Banana Island, Ikoyi, Lekki Phase 1. Most affordable mainland, Surulere, Yaba, K2, 1.1 to 2.5 million per year for 1 to 2 bedrooms. 2 to 3 bedrooms family flats, often 2 million to 5 million annually in mid-range areas. And this is just giving us a look at the house rent situation in Nigeria. It is indeed an issue that is worth highlighting. And of course, it's important that we highlight this thing very, very well, because that is what that was one of the things that was talked about in the submission of Godwin Saint. Overall, it's a landlord market with strong demand, but tenants are under serious pressure. Many young people and families are migrating to cheaper outskirts or shared housing. If you are renting or planning to, uh, people often advise negotiating hard, looking at emerging areas or checking tenants' right resources. But it is very, very important to note that the housing situation in Nigeria is crazy, and you can see I have gone through the overall price, and of course, for a country whose minimum wage is 70,000 naira per month, how do you expect someone to have an access to one bedroom apartment in Lagos, for instance, that average 1.8 to 2.5 million per year? All right, in the normal mainland areas, you are talking about island, Equa Atlantic, Banana Island, Ikogi, Lekki Phase 1 is much, much higher. So the question that the last speaker asked is what I would like to ask Shiwailara. Which way for the poor people in Nigeria? What is the way for them? What is the way out? What are your recommendations for the poor people in Nigeria, and how to what is the way out? What is their pathway to liberation? Really, I'll pass the mic to you, Shiwailara. Are you there?
Yeah, comrades. Evening from here. Um, it is it is quite an evening. Um, Hope you are good. Hope
Yeah,
keeping
political.
on. and we are in this struggle together. Our reality is the same, whether it's in north, south, east, or west. If our reality is the same, nothing should be dividing us. Nothing should be coming in between us. Not even the tongue, because the tongue will not guarantee cheaper rates. I am yet to see an estate in this nation that is tax free, that is reasonably, you know, put up for rent because of just the tribe or the tradition. And I know that people, even to show how scarce some of these resources are, I know that some persons even put the yardstick of tribe religion as yardstick to getting people, giving people rent, right? Even with their money. But I'm yet to see rent for free. Um, and if we are even looking at rent for free, we should be looking at institutions of government, because that's where it's sustainable. That's the system we have trusted with our collective resources. So I've said all this to say that one of the ways we need to start, you know, doing something towards where we are at is to acknowledge our common struggle, our shared struggle. Is to acknowledge that we are all experiencing. There is no need for suffering Olympic. You know, now we suffer pass. Now we know they suffer pass. Now them they pain us pass. Now them know they pain us pass. Now the people they now all these Yoruba people. Now them they rule now. Who know they suffer? Eh? Vast majority of Yoruba people cannot pay rent even in a dominated Yoruba space like Lagos. It's becoming far too reaching for Yorubas to even live in this so-called estates. What they would argue for that even people are rejecting and forfeiting their nation. What is state? Living the vast majority of the Agbados, Aguras. That is how porous this crazy is. That even just like comrade was saying about the comedian, and I don't know why we are taking comedians serious. Now comedy they do. If you know in life, shey, him be comedian now. Him be clown. And clown has no, one of the things that we also promoted is for people to denigrate themselves for the sake of making money, and we call it comical. It's not comical. It's the humanizing humans, and these people were doing it, and we thought it's normal. It's not normal. So eventually, when they want to bring any mind into serious conversation, what do you think they are going to bring in? They are going to bring the life that they have relegated as zero. They are going to bring the life that were dancing as idiots on stage just to make some people, just to make their presence appealing to some idiots who feel that that is the way to go. To make other people clown is the way to go. And if you study Sheyi Law, because at the early stage of that guy's comedy, I usually would like him. In fact, there was one particular comedy I still remember. It's quite funny, but they were usually would make satirical comical comedies out of their own reality, and we would laugh about it, even though we know it was in that shared, I think, the mosquito comedy of how he lives in an area where mosquitoes will be waiting to devour just when the germ will be out, which is pointing that we have shortage of electricity. Like you could see, we have bad electricity in terms of supply. We do not have electricity that is needed even to sustain us enough to give us that average level of ambience for a nice sleep without waking.
Shemailara, would you
Yeah.
take the excuse that because this is a pattern, you see people who rise from very poor background, very humble beginning, who have seen what suffering really looks like, um, and they will tell you, "Well, I have to do what I have to do to survive." It's the reason why people like Sheyi Law would can make an argument and say, "Well, my brother, I have to survive, and this is a means of survival for me. All right, is a next level for me, and anything that I can do for survival, I don't think anybody should blame me for that." Is that a strong argument to make, really?
The system in which we live in supports anything that can be done individually to survive. The system of capitalism itself, boasts of that
I'm,
is the
I'm, I'm
survival
talking
of the.
about I'm talking about the fact that they actually pitch their tents with those that we might consider our
No, that's
oppressors.
what I'm getting there. I'm getting there. That we live in a system that, because he is also a victim of this system, and that's why I'm giving a kind of a prelude to of his biography from the things that he even shared. Because if you know Sheyi Law, he used to be as thin as myself, very thin. He usually would make people mimic his own life, mimic his own father, and that's why he pointed the comical part. It's not he has another one of rats uh, going into inside his fridge to get breeze, you know, and people were laughing. We were laughing at serious issues. These were true issues. These were We were supposed to be getting out of such comical environment if we are living in a saner climate, to see how we could solve some of these issues. But people were making joke of their comedy. And these people also realize that for people don't really in a system that truly care. System that whatever you have to do, if you have to look stupid, if you have to sound idiotic, just do it and make your survival. So we are living in a capitalistic system. What does it mean to be capitalistic? In simplistic manner, it means that we are living in the survival of the fittest system. We are living in a system where the one with might and resource can control the shot, regardless of whether it is fit or such shot, based on merit or not. We are living in a system where we gladly would say, if you do not hide your face, that's the survival of the fittest. Money, just make it. We are living in the survival of that fittest where, window, and that celebrates accumulation of things. So we are living in a highly centralized in the environment. It is not inherent in us as African people, I must add that. This new concept of the way we live today is strange to Africa, to the true original Africans. It's strange, right? But we are living in that world now. So economically, we are living in that world of individualistic, of just trying to survive. Just do your hustle. Just make I hustle. Just make I make money. So, and that, what that would do on us is that it would pull us away from acknowledging each struggle. Because now we have individual, instead of us to see that, it's about 20 millions of us that are homeless. So instead of us to identify, even some of us that can pay rent, we don't even know where the next rent will come. That that probably is able to pay rent. Or those of us that still have house under such a volatile system, in which that just a medical concern to being broke. It's not even a medical concern anymore. That you are literally just an administration in this country from being totally broke. And that's why you could see that, the so-called billionaires are now joining the city boys. The so-called billionaires are joining the city boys because they are one administration away from totally being broke. That is how wretched, they are. That's how wretched this environment could make one. Because this environment is one that celebrates nepotism, bureaucracy, who you know, what you know, not based on what you can offer, not based on values. If we talk of billionaires in this country, you can hardly mention a product that is tied to the name, but you will still say billionaire. You still say that the person is a billionaire, even when you know that this person is not offering any direct service, no service to the cause, to move the cause of our space, of African, of our lives forward. We still attribute the word billionaire to them because we are not interested. That's the system. The system that takes away merit from our conversation is the system in which we live in. So that justifies the behavior of this idiot. I'm not saying that is enough. That is at the lowest entry point for ignorant victims, because these guys are ignorant victims. I don't know why you rate them. I don't even fight people because of money. But there was one of the two biggest boys in the comical sector being clowns. AY and the basketball fought because of 30,000 naira, and they fought for almost a decade or if not more because of 30,000. That is how low level these guys are. It took them over a decade to resolve an issue of 30,000 naira. That is how I have a principle that I don't fight anybody based on cash, because human cannot degrade themselves to things. You can be, of course, does that mean that people do not misbehave? People do not behave like crazy people as though they are? Yes, people behave like crazy. In a terrain where you are living in such a multi-dimensional poverty, people misbehave. You can't take people word by anymore. It looks like the gentleman handshake doesn't exist. For some person, they think that the gentleman's handshake only exists in some part of Europe. They learned it from here. So have you not heard the word Tojuba Koju? You have not heard it before. You think it's incantation or for. Let me translate that. That once eyes have seen, let what we have discussed, agreed on, should not depart from. That's a gentleman agreement. We didn't need contracts because we were true to the things that we would say. The beginning of fraud is contract. So, like I said, but the so-called billionaires in the comedy industry fought for over a decade, that it took survivor to realign them again. They are coming to realignment not because that is what they think they should do, but because they need themselves to survive. And I'm not making this up. I checked the podcast that the two idiots made after they said they have resolved the issue. Go and see the podcast that they made. They were saying it, that they need the two to work together, to partner. So we are living in such capitalistic environment, and that's why, of course, there are details to this, why our behavior must be, because somebody might say, oh, but America is a capitalistic environment, Europe is a capitalistic environment, why they not behave that way? The reason, let me just give a low level entrance. There is depth to this explanation, but let me just give you an entry point. The entry point is that the manufacturer can not behave as the product. We are the product. So when we talk of capitalism, our behavior will be different to the person who made it. We are the product. When you are talking of, that's why I imagine when an African say, I'm a capitalist, I just like, what the fuck? The same way don't get capital. Product, they claim, say, if the capitalist. There's the way they on the shares, where they negotiate the price. Say, if the capitalist. You just know that this person doesn't know what he's talking about. And there are records, there are traces to this fact. But like I said, time might not permit to dive into that point. So we have a strong economical system that says that for us to progress, we must be ruthless and we must go in the route of being individualistic. And what that implication does for us is that instead of us to now come together to see the struggle as a common struggle, instead of us to now unite with ourselves, like Kwame Nkrumah said, to now begin to unite with ourselves against common oppression, what we do, which further, entrench the system of oppression, is that we further divide ourselves because now we now see the enemy as the next door neighbor. Just like my Yoruba people, by the time somebody open the same shop with them, it's become their enemy. They don't see it as conglomerate, they see it as competition. You know, because the market, the demand is scarce, demand is lesser to the supply. Even if there are more people living in that environment, how many people could afford what they have to sell? So they have to scramble for few buyers. And that's what the future, this me digress, the future of TikTok, where they will end themselves, is because of this. They will have to scramble for gift. That see the damage that that thing will still do on Nigerians. Even though social media is supposed to unite them, but the way they are using it, the damage that gift, that people would still fight themselves because of gift physically, if not by themselves, because it will get to that point. Because there are only few people, and that's not even offering any real service or product. That's just being stupid and idiotic. So you cannot be looking towards these idiots to do something different because they are also victims. Gbagbe that they are popular. Any idiot can be popular in the midst of 250 million ignorant people. 10 million following will be making popular. Will be popular. Is Adeboye not popular? Adeboye too. Somebody will say, that Jim is okay. Well, is popular in the midst that you guys belong to. And leading me to the another part that is forming our feet. Because I'm talking about the philosophy of us right now as occupiers of African lands, because I am almost careful to say that we are Africans, occupiers of African lands, that the philosophy governing us economically further divides us, not unites us. Then, when you also now look at the philosophy that religion, constantly sell to us, both the two, that is where we now realize that, man, like my PE teacher taught me a song in primary 5. Aṣọ ò máa bọ́mọ yẹ mọ́ o ọmọ yẹ ti rìnrìnwò lọ́jà ó má ṣe níbo lẹ́wà ẹ̀yin ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ yẹ o tọmọ yẹ fi rìnwò lọ́jà ó má ṣe. What my people will say about Boromo, meaning that the medicine after death. That medicine came after death, and that is what religion does in our environment. That religion ensures that we get medicine. If at all it's going to boost anything in us, it will be death, because it came after death. And what is the philosophy of that religion? Religion now says that this system is perfect, that there is nothing wrong with this system, that there is nothing wrong with the system of lack within us, that it is normal that people do not have home to live in an environment that we literally have not explored 50% of our land mass areas. We have not explored land mass areas. There are some density in Lagos, but not all the land mass. There are still some vacant land, a lot of vacant land in Lagos, unused, untapped, not useful, and neither used for if you pass through the expressway, what's happening there? Nothing. Unused, untapped land. Not to talk of the land that we are losing to insecurities in the north, that we are losing just as the food basket state of this nation to insecurities. So, just get to that point where we realize we have a lot of untapped resources, human resources untapped. How many human resources have we even in a 250 million persons? Dangote cannot be the best form of us. And even if Dangote is one of it cannot just be the only person that is intelligent in a country where about 40 to 60% of its population are majorly based youth. The fact that they have technology alone has taken or equal 12 years of learning. Technology alone, social media alone, in my approximation, maybe you want to do another finding, make I clear it. In my own approximation, has equates about 12 years of learning. And I'm not saying that's what we're using it for, right? That's not what we are currently using it for. But if we want to maximize social media to start with, we could get things done in a year that would have taken 12 years in terms of learning, in terms of automating learning, in terms of improving the quality of learning, in terms of improving the horizon, in terms of equipping us with enough and readily accessible useful informations that could benefit Nigerians. We have had quite a number of people becoming professionals in the tech field from just accessing courses online, from just accessing courses that ordinary Nigerian institution of educational system would have wasted 4 years of your life without giving you that access because they do not even have it. Who want to teach it? Is it in this part of the world where they teach computer by drawing the computer as though it's graphics on the board, where they teach students about computer peripherals by drawing the images of computer? That a lot of people in this country graduated as biochemists who never experimented with anything chemistry, who never went to the lab to mix anything chemical. Is it this country where business administrator is looking for job and he doesn't even know that he could administer businesses now from there on, that he could actually self-employ himself? So is it this? So it's porous. But we have seen people graduate from a touch of Harvard. We are seeing people graduate, and I'm not saying that Harvard is the yardstick for education or the measurement for excellence in education. If we can return back to our own true educational system, because we had our own true educational system, which is quite efficient, quite efficient, quite efficient by all standards, quite efficient in terms of literature, because we had more literature than we have now, quite efficient in terms of medical, because we had more health than we have now. When they claim that we have more people graduating from the school of nursing and being a doctor, we have more health. Then when they say we have lesser number of people graduating from the so-called official school of nursing and the so-called 4 walls of school of doctors, we have better quality health than we do now. And the list goes on. You want to talk about legal matters, that we had lesser crime, we had more justice within our system compared to now that we now have more lawyers playing a part. You should have thought that with the number of the way we increase lawyers into this system, there should be justice. No, the reverse is the case. The more we graduate lawyers, the more ungovernable this system tends to be. And it's not coincidence. There is something they are teaching them. We had better management, financial management than we have now. They say we have more banks, more commercial banks now. That they say that our banks are more stable now. But we had better financial banking system than we have now when we were still operating the thrift and credit system. Ajo, I don't know what language you call it, what word you call it in your native dialect, but it's called Ajo in Yoruba. Thrift and credit system. And thrift and credit system is able to do and sustain what this current whole banking system have useless themselves to fail to do. What this well, it's called banking system for a reason, meaning just to deposit and never to collect back. That even in collecting back your money, you don't collect it full anymore, because this banking system is not one that promotes efficiency in terms of financial progress. It's not one that wants to empower us financially. It's one that wants to take away from us, that wants to rob us into penury. Because every person who contribute into ajo understand the power of socialism, of working together to build something. Because that's the whole essence of ajo, that's the whole essence of street and credit. You bring your collective resources and you ensure that, based on the fact that you have both contributed or come into a synergy, you now have more resources to take up bigger tasks that you would likely not have taken before. But is that what the current financial banking system help you to do? Do they give you loan? I have said it before, the best of anything overdraft that I have in this nation is for past 100,000 overdraft that I have in this but vast majority of our people do not even have overdraft. We do not even know what credit is. And how do you bank with a banking system for 10 years and you are not placed on credit? You do not have a credit card, that the only card that we know is debit. That we, for us to have access to anything, there is no quality insurance, nothing. All of them want to rob you. There is one still trying to lobby me today. No quality insurance. We have had situations and scenarios where people even die, the insurance is forfeited, people are unreasonable to attend to their plans and their portfolios. Oh yeah, come and pay back. That's where you now hear story. You now hear the act of God. You now hear go and bring certificate of death. Go and bring autopsy. How do you bury him without telling us? You now hear all manners of excuses, and just the same way that the banking system also operates. But what is the whole essence of this? Is that you see, from these structures alone, from these institutions alone, they disengage us or discourage us from enabling us to do what we are supposed to do, which is to come into synergy. When we further divide ourselves, knowingly or unknowingly, we are equipping the system of oppression, whether we know it or not. Oppressed first come to realization that they need no longer to further divide themselves. A house divided against itself, you know what it says. It was said by one of the progenitor of the Abrahamic religion, and I think I quite agree with it. Not to validate him, right? But that statement is true. A house divided against itself cannot stand. So, if the oppressed must stand, which comrade, hey, why did I forget? Why am I forgetting my comrade name? Hey, why did I? Well, yeah, comrade have said it. He said it yesterday. Comrade GS has said it yesterday. That he quoted a particular quote of Malcolm X, that in the scientific study of the environment of oppression and the interactions of the oppressed versus the oppressors, what we call the dialectics, that Malcolm X came to a conclusion which is quite valid. It is scientific, it is factual, it is something we can go take to the bank and confirm that the dynamics of the oppressed versus the oppression, or the oppressors, is not one that speaks to the fact that numbers is might. No, because in this case, that the oppressors are not oppressing because they outnumber the oppressed or the object. that that in the theory of oppressors versus the oppressed, that it debunked that numbers not necessarily means might, that the oppressed are actually outnumbered, the oppressors are more than the oppressors. So if just the value of number alone is might, then our current predicament will not be where we are at. But that the oppressors have been able to master something, and which is organization. And some of these organization, which we talk, that they are better at organizing, not that they are at number. That the difference here is the organization that the oppressors would create. And we know, look at any institutions oppressing us. Is it the security agency of this institution? That the police cannot, it's not way number than the people. So when the people are saying that they are afraid of standing up to their right because there will be police in attendance, I just laugh. That's what's being deceived, that we are outnumbered. We are not outnumbered by the police. We are not outnumbered by any of the agency of the military put together. I think we have about five military men in this country: the navy, the naval officers, the military, the land, um, then the police, then some other boy brigades. They call it the the ones in the awaiting room, in case of if there is an emergency. They say the NURT, if you NYSC candidates who are also reserved. I think you guys wanted to. People came out of the bunk there that I didn't do, because what you went through in 3 weeks is paramilitary training. Just that I don't think many of the people were given access to weapons to train with, right? But all these militias or militaries institutions put together is way lesser. It's not even up to 10% of the total number of the population of this country. That is how minute, that the reason why we are still quiet and thinking that we are helpless is because we have failed to organize. And so when you look within our system, then you will now be wondering, what are the things that is helping us not to organize? What are the things that are dividing us? These are the institutions and the quality of the organization of the oppressors, because they have constantly placed religion in the midst of our affairs to distract us. When religion says it will be of time this year, and motivational speakers too, those guys, those guys are called, no, and this is the way it works. So people don't know that they are also playing a part. Some are playing a part out of ignorance. I don't think that Adeboye Oledepo are playing a part out of ignorance. I think they are fully aware. But there are some lesser cadre of people within the religion institute that are playing a part, but not knowing that they are playing a part. All those their boy to come and defend them on social media. Those idiots that think that Adeboye is not their father, and then abandoning their real father in life. So those ones are just they are not even, Adeboye is not even a, if you play chess, you will know that Adeboye is not even a pawn. You know, I, I do not want to go a bit spiritual, but in your spiritual books, they say that the principalities, they are lesser. What you call, in the cadre of what you call the devil, that what majority of people have to deal with on a daily basis is the witch and the wizard. That they are not even in the cadre. They are not even in the cadre of the what you call principalities. That the best you could have is Satan, principalities, and some other one or two forces here and there, but that they are not even part of the hierarchy at all. But that's not for me to share that information, right? But back to the point that these institutions have been set up to distract us. What social media is playing out within our space is deliberate. Entertainment has become a tool to distract us, to get us distracted and thinking that our problem no longer intersects in the universal set. If you had done mathematics, you see, that's another problem that we entered. That how come we went through school, we cram some of these things that we cram, we studied them, but we cannot use them in real life. How come? And some of us still now come out to argue. It's even a shame to now say you are a PhD holder, but you cannot use any of the information that you have gotten as a PhD holder. You know it's completely useless to your reality. How are you not ashamed? So in the universal set, because me, I didn't go to through school like majority of people really, because the educational system too is also playing a part to further divide us. This idea that we must be forced. I never went through school with the concept of I must be forced. So if you are also grooming your children to be forced, what you are deliberately doing also is to further divide such children in such a way that they do not complement, they do not work with each other, they do not build, and that's why we are not building. That's why these idiots that had gone through this institution of being forced cannot build, because to build means that you have to complement, you have to work with your brothers, you have to work without competing about who now be forced, that there must be communal gain must be prioritized. It's not me, force. I will want to be the force. You know, that is one of the things they sold to the oppressed. When you see the force Africa, that thing irritates me. When you see the first African to do something, the question I ask myself often is, where is the first Asian to do it? Where is the first American to do it? Where is the first European to do it? You see, but an African is happy to compete with his brother, miserable as he is, that the joy that he is now the best of the miserable gives him joy, instead of him to end miserably, the miserability surrounding him. Instead of us to look at our environment and tell ourselves, this is miserable. How do we compete in gutter? How do we become the first person to raise head in gutter? Let's clean our drainages. Can everybody be clean? Yes. Can everybody be safe? Yes. What would take us for everybody to be able to feed themselves? And I know what, because our concept, see, no, they have confused us, really. They have confused us. But we are going to get there. We will debunk it. We are on the journey. Some of us are already in the journey, and it's not just one person. Ancestors are raising back the consciousness of African people to regain back their true self. And big kudos to ancestors for doing that. For, in spite and despite the miseducation that will have permeated within our environment, that will have been sponsored greatly, because it's sponsored, it's well funded. It is not accidental. It is not accidental that the best of us think like idiots. When I mean the best of us, I mean the idiots that have been put, that fame has been given to, that the spotlight is on, that they think idiot. It's not normal. It's not normal. Oh, Oyedepo think like an idiot, or Tinubu think like an idiot. It's not normal. It's not normal that you have those in the place of Oyawodi, Jolegbadiye. It's not normal. There is no institution in this, like when you look at the developed countries. One day I was doing a research, and this is me digressing, but I will get there. And it's still in line with how come our people are not seeing it as the way they are supposed to see it? How come they are validating the system of oppression? Is where I'm going. I was doing a research about the criteria of the developed countries, and I picked about 3 of them. England, America, China, and Japan. Just look at some of the top, what they call the first world countries, and the criteria to electing a leader. And I realized that the requirement, it was not mandatory. Educational requirement was not mandated in the requirements. Unlike when you check the third world countries like Nigeria, Nigerians, it is here we mention when somebody wants to go for any electoral office, we say, how educated he is. What is the degree? What is the degree? And I'm not saying it's not important, but listen to me. And I realized that it was not part of the major. Of course, people would have that's secondary, that's not primary. So I began to do research. What is now primary? This is based on the constitution. This is not based on what I am thinking on. This is why I said it's a research. Based on their constitution, what are the things that these countries are not ready to compromise on? And see, the difference is why we are a third world country. They are not willing to compromise on indigene. They are not ready to compromise on loyalty. That the criteria they are not willing to compromise is that that person must be the citizen of their country. And it's not by nationalization. It's not by the way we Japan where we go and beg for the visa. Are you talking, comrade? All right. It's not by naturalization, no. It's not by Japan. It must be by birth. What does that mean? It means there must be absolute loyalty to the land. There must be absolute commitment that your interaction, and let me now define this. What is the absolute, that your alignment with the land, nothing should be standing in between it. That your commitment, that when we think of you to make a decision for us and as a people, we are sure that nothing will make you compromise us for any other place. Absolute loyalty is a requirement. If you go and study the election, the conversations between Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, even though he was not running during Obama, but he was against the Obama presidency. If you listen to the argument that the Republicans were posting, that Trump against Barack Obama in the first election, Donald Trump has a video, a clip. I don't know whether you'll find it on social media, but you can look for it. He said that because he was using the fact that Obama was not born in America as the yardstick why he cannot be elected as an American president. And he said that if it is true that Obama wasn't born, this is in Trump's word. Even though Trump also has an immigrant, is an immigrant, his generation is an immigrant. It wasn't. They are not Americans. Every Europeans that you see in America are immigrants. He said even if it is true that Obama was not born in America but was being sold as being born in America, then that would be the greatest of all lies in the 21st century. That was the word of Trump, to show that nationality, that allegiance to your land is irreplaceable. I have mentioned about 4 nations that you can go and confirm. In China, that is their priority. There is nothing that comes to it. There is no how English speaking you become that they will trade their allegiance for your allegiance to the land, or for your English speaking, for your qualification. That your loyalty must be to the land that in which you want to govern. The same is for UK. The same is for even though they have a prime minister that is only ceremonial, not on paper. They say the queen is ceremonial on paper, but we know who called the shot. If you understand the system of how we were enslaved as African people by that institution called UK, you understand that the reverse is the case. The more you see, the home of all lies is in England. The home of all lies, where lies machinated from, they call it diplomacy. But what they call diplomacy is that place. The more you look, the less you see. Is a typical example of that place. Then you look at Japan and America, right? But that's not where I'm also now going. So what is now the biggest criteria for Nigerians and for third world countries? Allegiance is not a conversation. So you have leaders who can flaunt allegiance, who don't even want to associate with you, but you still have them as leaders governing your body, governing your space. You have people who want to claim to be more Arabian than Arabia in Nigeria and wants to govern you. We have people who wants to be more Christian than the Jews, who want to be a Jew than the Judaism. We have them in this country. It is in this country and in the oppressed country that you have every idiot that does not pledge allegiance to our land governing us, that is divided against our land. That's why Wike can be revealed to have stolen our collective money to go and buy land. Let me even talk of the one that he himself has acclaimed. Wike has stolen our public fund to go and buy Rolls Royce. Rolls Royce was not made by us. That is how they show to us every day that they are not allegiant to us. But guess what? Because we too, nothing has prepared us to form an allegiance with ourselves. We too love that, you see, and that is the root of our destruction. That our root of our destruction in this case is that there are aliens that have sponsored people in power and in position of power, that the more hateful they are towards us, towards the land, the chances they have to governing us. That is why idiots like Obasanjo could govern us. But he was exposed in his own letter and in his own writing that he wrote to the secretary of the House of Parliament in UK. He exposed himself because he introduced himself in that letter. And that letter shows that he has more allegiance to the queen than anyone in this nation, than even any. If you call that idiot Yoruba, you are deceiving yourself. It means you don't even read. Because this is his letter. I am not making this up. I want to check the letter he wrote in 2000 during the Ekeremadu's case. And he also argued why Ekeremadu too want to exploit a young person in Nigeria for just his own survival, for the survival of his own child. He also exposed himself that Ekeremadu also does not have the interest of this nation at heart. He also exposed it. You see, these are the people that are taking our affairs. Adeboye had never come out to express any dissatisfaction towards an accident of any Nigerian before in his life. If you have any video, go and show me. But Adeboye, during the Palestinians and Israeli war, Adeboye came out and did a video and said the Israelis are his brothers. These are the people you are following. These are people who do not have allegiance to you. These are the people who further helps you to divide yourself against self. So that is why a confused idiot Christian thinks that his brother, he called them his brother, that do not give a shit about him. In Israel, in a human made up country, are more his brother than his people, his neighbors in Nigeria. They have confused the idiot to see that he now has ancestral curses, that his ancestors are now against him or her. So these things cannot help us, cannot propel us into creating synergy, because it takes unity to build together. So one of the solutions that the oppressed people should begin to learn is to get themselves disentangled, because it's an entanglement. There is an alien entanglement to alienate us from our land, to alienate us from ourselves, to alienate us from the response. Yesterday I was talking about responsibility, because once we are entangled with alien belief, we would disengage from responsibilities. We will not think that an idiot like myself, that is Sheon Ayilara, will not think that I have a responsibility to develop America than to develop Nigeria. Can you see a misplacement of priority? I now see London as my home. An idiot, one of the so-called idiotic billionaire in this country, said, I hate to talk to women this way. Well, the idiot. Say she has a country home in London. Their fault. And these are the people that we celebrate. She was happy to say it. They didn't ask her. They said, which is your favorite destination place? Yeah, I go round up soon. They said, which is your favorite destination place?
I'm not referring to you actually. I'm referring to our viewers that they should please subscribe and tap on the screen. Please do that now.
Okay, they
Thank you so
should
much.
tap. We need it because they will not push
The, the,
the
algor- the algorithm would be able to push us, to
yes,
more
yes, yes.
viewers, and
But
there'll
they
be
will
more
not put the
opportunities
resources
to type here.
where it matters. We should. You are disengaging. The reason why we even have to say this, I don't feel the need that once anybody is discussing something about to move us progressively from where we are as a nation, I don't feel that the need that that person has to tell me to share or like. That is my responsibility. You see, but they have disengaged us from our responsibility. But we feel the need to go and tap for an idiot that further divides us from our collective job. There, they will even speak to us in a manner in which, in a rude manner, but people will still stay there. There is nothing that is telling them, lose it now. People will say, I don't like the way you are talking to me. But do you say that to your bosses at work too? Yes, people should not talk to you anyhow. But do you, because of that, do you stop organizing at work? Have you stopped work before because your boss was talking to you anyhow? If you have ever, put it in the comment section and where. I'm not talking of you gain another job, oh, that you went to work and you didn't like the way your boss talked to you, and because of that you resigned. I said, if I have to go home, I'll go home. People don't lose it. We've not been trained. We take all the manners of shit. Our people take all shit abroad. When they suddenly come back home, you see the lack of allegiance. I say almost about 500 persons, not exaggerating, were sleeping on the street of Saudi Arabia after spending about $10 million at a point, equivalent of about 10,000 USD. After spending that much money, they were sleeping on that bridge. And this, you want to tell me that these are the best of us? These are the worst of us. Because even the worst of an African will refuse to sleep under any man's bridge. But these are the idiots that will come back home and will gallivant. That's why they are wicked. I say they have shown them wickedness. Where did African people learn wickedness from? From their masters. Where did Adeboye learn how to treat people in a wicked manner from? From their masters. Where did Oledepo learn? You want to tell me the books they read? I know the books they read. One of it is Robert Greene. Go and read Robert Greene's books. One idiot. Well, let me not put the idiot. It's a comrade. I don't know whether it's still a comrade. Join our meeting where we're still on X, and he was quoting from 48 Laws of Power, what they used to hide. These are the idiots that groomed them. And if you don't know that they are using 48 laws of power on you, you are gone. You are a goner. I'm not talking of 10 years ago. I'm not talking of 5 years, 2 years ago. I'm talking of a decade or more ago that these idiots have been using these things. They have been using it on you. So that's why they are not pledging allegiance on us. The better we see it, and what the proofs are all there. The politicians have the responsibility of building our institutions, learning institutions. But instead of building it, they strangle the institution, and you will have thought that, oh, maybe they are wicked. Maybe their children too will go through the same stuff. Where do they send their children to? They have the capacity and the
The problem
power.
I have with a U.S. congressman or a U.S. president.
They have the capacity to build the institution of healthcare. They strangle the sector. One would have thought maybe these people are just idiots, they are just stupid. They will still go to the same healthcare facility. They don't even go to private ones in this country because they know that they have not only defunded in terms of infrastructure, they have also defunded in terms of human structure. They have diseducated, if there's any word like that. They have uneducated vast majority of doctors in such a way that if any doctor, let me not say, but just know that, just go and be doing your research before you get to hospital. Eh, so that so that they will not poison you before you get out of hospital. You will have thought that many people, and I'm not joking now, many people have died going into hospital than they were saved. Why? Because the sector have been underfunded.
I even heard of one particular case that somebody actually raised an alarm. This person is a doctor in Canada, and I think not America, somewhere abroad, sha. So he just came to create that awareness that this thing is becoming like a usual occurrence now in America or abroad, when patients would come to the hospital with very symptoms that have to do with removal of appendicitis, and they had reported before that in Nigeria that operation has been done on them, but in actual fact that operation has not been performed on them. These are just doctors trying to hustle. They would lie to patients that they have performed the operation. They will just do one incision, stitch it together, and tell the patient that they have done the operation. But in actual fact, they have not really performed the operation. So in Nigeria now, you can have every symptom, or perhaps you can be lied to by medical professionals. I'm not referring to all of them anyway, but I'm saying these are cases that a professional in abroad have raised. That in Nigeria, it can be lied to that you have appendicitis, and they have to consider doing that operation. You will pay for the operation, but they will not have it done on you. They will just carry out an incision and they will sew it back. And in your mind, you believe, say, you don't do appendicitis, or there's a name that they call it, that they remove the appendix. All right, in your mind, you believe say you don't do them, but in actual fact, it has not been done. And of course, when they will now get to another place in their abroad, the symptom will now reoccur again, and the doctors will be like, shebi you say you have done this particular operation, but in actual fact, it has not been done. So that is what is going on in Nigeria right now, and the authorities seems not to care about this situation, because I believe this is not the first time it's happening. And of course, for that man to come in front of the camera to talk about it, it means that this is a very big issue that needs to be addressed. So it's in actual in validation of what you have said, that in Nigeria the health sector, it's not really what can be considered a safe haven for patients right now. Please proceed.
Yeah, comrade. Yeah, comrade. And you are very spot on, you know. But me, I do not like to isolate in sectors because we Oma bara oko abara ali. is the
Yeah,
conversation
of
of our
course.
people.
Not
That
everywhere this thing.
that it will get to the person on the farmland, and it will also affect the person inside the house. That distance when we experience systemic error would not be able to save us. E might delay in the process. E might get to the person on the farmland sooner than e get to the person at home. But that it will not get there, have we not, did it not start from mechanics? It's the system now. People say that their mechanics are trying to take advantage of them by constantly ensuring that they fix a different problem compared to what they ask them to fix. Have we not also had in this same country that is almost the same with lawyers too? Of a particular comedy of a guy who said his child, after graduating in law school, went to win a case that he had been doing for 27 years. And then he come back home and said, Dad, I have done it. I'm skillful than you. The case that you have been battling for or against for 27 years, solve it today. And the father said, what have you done? In that case, it was what funded your school fees. Me that did not resolve it. It is not by accident. It's deliberate. You have ended a major stream of income. So you see, it is in every sector that this capital, when we celebrate profit over service, it will get there. What many people want to do is that they want to be the judge of their own case. The mechanic who sabotage people cars and who think he just car now, shebi just car. He doesn't know that by the time he doesn't fix the brake that he was paid to fix, that has led to accidents. He thinks that it's just cars. He thinks he can because we are not doing autopsy, we are not investigating. We are not investigating quite a majority of the number of accidents that we are having on our road to be able to attribute it to the real causes of some of these accidents. That's why he's still safe. That's why he could still sleep at home. The reason why Minister of Works, the idiot, and his likes that have been Minister of Works and Minister of Transportation before in this country is Minister of Transportation. The reason why they can be going scot-free is because we have not really become more sophisticated to organize that there are accidents that are happening on our road that are preventable, quite preventable. You were the one listing out the records on accidents some few days ago. The moment we are able to take things and do things rightly, these guys will be in jail because bad roads has led to accidents more. There are accidents that we should not be having any business with. The reason why some Nigerians are celebrating Dangote today is because it's still a failed system. Do you know how many trucks of Dangote that have killed people five people I've said it. They should not control how we say it. But of course, it's their platform until tí ọwọ́ wa tèkúta a lè bèrè ikú tó pa ọba ni. They should not control what we say. They should stop the event and see whether we will stop saying it or not. But this idiotic system does not want to stop the event, but they want to trick us into not saying it. Do you know how many people that have lost their lives to Dangote's failure? To one man just one man making money in this country. I cannot forget the children that the truck of Dangote ran into at somewhere around Ogba, between Beja and Ogba, some few years ago. Children coming from school. What was the error? Being born in Nigeria. So we are seeing madness. But instead of us to interpret this madness as a collective madness that we all need to bring all hands on deck to fix, There are institutions telling us that we will be favorable not to experience it. There are institutions deceiving us that we can escape it. Those institutions, we need to destroy it. Before they are already destroying us. Because before it's not even cause anymore. They have destroyed us. Even if you have not japa, you are on the mission. Nigerian people are on the mission to japa. And it knows no bound where we are japaing to places that we can even japa to prisons. In Libya, vast majority of our brothers are in Libya for no offence committed. But don't listen to the former minister of diaspora. I don't know whether she is still the one. That idiot. I said I do not like abusing women, really. I do not really. But these ones are not just by gender anymore. They belong to a class. That's why I still have to do it. She made a statement. She said all Nigerians that are in prison are criminals. She need to, when Nigeria is working, she will be jailed for making such statements. People have been deported. We have records of people who have been deported for no just cause, for just the reason of their color at the airport. Not the airport of even the so-called the primary point of departure. Just airport for maybe just some few minutes wait. Deported from there, made stranded from there, jailed from there, discriminated against just because of the color. How can a minister make such statements? If not be madness, they are ahead. And to show that she is proper Omalata, was when she got the feedback. So Nigerians, my entry point of what we should do and what we are saying to ourselves is what our ancestors have captured. What everything I've captured, I've explained now, is what Kwame Nkrumah have said, that Africa must unite. That to take the knees of our oppressors off our neck, we need to unite. Africa must think inclusive, not exclusive. The oppressed must think inclusive. Leave the religion that wants to preach to you exclusive, that the heaven is just for few of them that are refused to depart. These motherfuckers now jet, not one or two, to even make their departure easier, but they have refused to depart. They still do not want to go to heaven. They are closer to heaven than any one of us. They have not, meaning there is no that. So don't let them deceive us. Already deceived us, but don't let them deceive your generation. Wọ́n ní ìran méjì, ìran mẹ́ta ń tòṣì. You know that 3 generations do not get into the same pitfalls, the same pit. That it is for the generation that will come into an awareness. Let your generation lead you. Like me, for instance, I volunteered myself that in my own lineage, I will be the last. No more idiots in my lineage anymore. No more idiots in my lineage anymore. No more idiot that will believe that there is a supernatural place against the physical reality. against what they can touch, feel, and sense. No more. No more. That none in my generation will see the oppression of African people as normal. None. No more. None in my lineage again. None. That the oppression of African people is not normal, and as such, I will not glorify myself because I am not a victim of it. I'm just lucky, and luck is not a valuable substance. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not sellable. That's why you can run out of luck. That's why Nigerians understand what they are doing. Really, you understand that is. That's why you constantly pray, constantly have to beg because you are not sure. There is no place of certainty. I actually wanted to speak on Maslow hierarchy of needs. I wanted to I wanted to take the conversation to the point of what Maslow considers as esteem, because many people would think that there is esteem. I'm not talking of self-actualization now. Esteem, like confidence. Like African people have confidence and they don't get. Strip them of their position, they are short of what confidence is. These motherfuckers are short of what confidence is. That's why the idiot called president cannot even walk alone. Let him walk alone. Let him show that he is the president. He now has the popularity of the people. How many millions they said voted for him? Let's say no be all of us even like him. Let the 8 million people defend him now. Let them shield him. Let them guide him. No esteem in the institutions they have created. Now why the idiot they go about with ambulance? Special ambulance. See, the other time, Comrade Godwin, I remember my comrade's name. Comrade Godwin was talking, and then every gaslight comrade. And gaslight comrade. See, I am not abusing anybody. I'm telling you the facts. If they take me to court, I will present the facts to them. Why they are an idiot. Go and check the dictionary. Idiot has a dictionary meaning. Just like if I call your men of God, I'm one of the first few persons that started with the word charlatan to address them. And some persons came to me and told me and said that I'm abusing them, I'm insulting them. I said, but you claim to have gone to school now. Go and check the meaning of charlatan. It's a charlatanic element now. It has a meaning. Go and check it.
They can sue you that you are cyberbullying them.
They should try it.
You know what it's called, cyberbullying. They say you are engaged in
Nǹkan tí wọ́n jẹ tí
cyber.
wọ́n ti gbé ní wọ́n á pọ̀ jáde. They should try it. I'm waiting for them. Nǹkan tó jẹ tí wọ́n ti gbé ní wọ́n á pọ̀ jáde. So it's their name. Being an idiot is an idiot. An idiot has no other name than an idiot. Someone who behaves with lack of intelligence. Someone who treats his own people this way is an idiot. He's an idiot. Someone who would argue against the reality of his own people is an idiot. I cyberbully a public office holder, then leave the office holder, eject the office. Have you not? Oh, okay. I said the one for Kotoje. Oh, you don't know that your pastor is a public holder. You don't know that the institutions that he claimed to govern legally belongs to the government, to the state, to you. But of course, we know that the land that they own it privately, which is a criminal offense because they betray you. They conceived you into thinking that it's your church that owns the land. Meanwhile, it's him that owns the land. He's a criminal. They should try it. I double dare them. If you know them, go and call them. I double dare them. They should try it. We will get there. It's just a matter of time. Still, the people will arise. I'm coming. Let me plug my device.
Well, it's been very interesting listening to you, Shewaidara.
The,
Powerfully
yeah,
listening to
the
you.
people will arise. It was
Yeah.
beautiful Nubia
Just
in one of the songs.
okay, maybe you should
I will, I will
round
wrap
up
up.
in
I
like
will wrap
3 minutes
up.
so that you can rest because I want you to rest. I don't want to stress you.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah,
This
nah.
is what I do for a living now. Only that I'm not being paid for it.
Oh yeah, nah.
Liberation is what I do for a living. I live to liberate myself and my existence. That's what we should do for ourselves. The Our children deserve a liberated space. The coming generation deserve it. They deserve it. I saw the video that you released. That how do we permit that we want to transfer the up nepa concept to the next generation? Aren't we tired? No, no, no. Now, how can Nigerians look that the best gift they can give to the next generation is up nepa? Who does that? No, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired that at least even if you are not able to do anything out of life, and I know that some persons also want to do this, but they are thinking individualistic manner. Abrahamic religion has confused your brain. Say they are saying ajapa, ajapa. Mhm. The system will purge you. But back to what I wanted to say. It was a beautiful Nubia who sang this song. Powerful minister. Um, Powerful minister. Powerful person that did too. He said, how did they o? How did they pẹ̀lú ìgboyà? Ọjọ́ dé tán tá ó dìde o. Alákọ̀rí kò mọ̀ wípé a ó dìde. Alákọ̀rí Ọbásanjọ́ kò mọ̀ pé a ó dìde pẹ̀lú ìgboyà. Alákọ̀rí T-Pain kò mọ̀ pé a ó dìde pọ̀ láì farapa. Ọjọ́ dé tán tá ó dìde o. Ẹ lọ sọ fún wọn wípé a ó dìde o. Hmm. A ó dìde pọ̀ láì wo tìyà. A ó dìde pọ̀ pẹ̀lú ìgboyà. Ọjọ́ dé tán pa ó dìde o. Yeah, we can stop there.
All right. Thank you very much, Shewaidara. Now when I want to start the job, that time you talk say you won't stop. It's okay, no problem. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part of this program. It's been such a joy to have all of us join this very interesting broadcast. And I believe you are basically having a great time because we are very much intentional on fixing this particular time of the day for us to have this great discussion. And we have been discussing about Wetin Dey Happen, trends, recent trends of what is happening in our society. And Shore has been trending, and we want to look at why demand the trend. Why is it trending? Why are people basically saying things about him? Now, if you look at your screen, one of the posts that was said to really be one of the popular posts, you can see that post have over 1.3 thousand likes. It says, bro, if Shore get on your case, only God can save you. He has been on this man's neck for more than a year now until this eventually happens. I think this is a reaction to what Shore has said. Said breaking the illegal high GP, Kayode Egbetokun, has been kicked out. He will be replaced by the fellow at FCIID in Lagos. So, well, it is what it is. People have nice things to say about Showore, only until it is time to consider, giving him the opportunity, or perhaps allowing him, or perhaps adopting him as someone that can represent us. That is only the time that Nigerians pretend as though it does not exist. But when it comes to, you know, basically giving him his flowers for what he has been doing in terms of confronting principalities and powers. In terms of confronting principalities and powers, Nigerians have no issues, all right, no doubt, nothing of any doubt whatsoever about Shure. But when it's time to really, adopt him as, you know, a a candidate that can represent us, Nigerians begin to detach themselves one way or the other. It is what it is, all right? And it's not just that. I also find it interesting that even obedience are beginning to talk about this thing. Says Showore fought Egbetokun to a standstill. Showore fought Egbetokun to a standstill. Call him illegal. Call called him illegal IGP till the very end. Don't you think this is the person that we need? If you ask this Maurice Monye, who has served as a former if a directorate of mobilization for the obedience movement, he has served in that capacity and is making this very nice thing. And look at the impression. This particular post reached over 126,000 people that saw this particular post, and about 5,000 people, liked it, or almost 1,000 retweeted it. So Nigerians, they know exactly who Shore is, and this is coming from an obedient that Shore fought Egbetokun to a standstill. Called him illegal IGP till the very end. And it was the time when doing that was very, very dangerous. Doing that was extremely dangerous. But he did it anyway because he's not after whether or not something is dangerous, he's after whether or not something is right. And he's not even doing something special. Any of us can do all of these things. We tend to look at it as special because we are cowards ourselves. And Shore has been able to bring out, or perhaps demystify the whole our fears. So what's our fears really? We are afraid of the hair around us. We are afraid of mama and papa waiting for house. We are afraid of what is not really safe in the first place. Mama and papa waiting for us, are they safe? Is the system, if they really want to really get themselves or poke at our fears, they can do that. They can do that. They have that prerogative. But we are afraid of what is not really there. And Shore has lost that fear. And Shore is trying to, as far as my observation, trying to take us through the journey of knowing how to say the truth. Shore saw that the appointment of the IGP, when his time of service has passed, he has reached 60 years old. He has reached 60 years old, or perhaps served for over 35 years in service. It is time to go for the next people to have the privilege of serving in that capacity. It's not too much to ask. And of course, you cannot constitute principalities and powers in what is known as an institution. And police is an institution. So he called this out. When he was calling this out, Maurice Monye did not follow and call IGP the illegal IGP. He did not join in solidarity. But when it is now politically expedient to do so, when it is now optically, pleasing, the aesthetics is now good, Shore is now trending. Now he decides to really jump in and have a say. And I thought, and of course, I believe this is also a reflection of the kind of society that we have in Nigeria. We have a culture of we have an opportunistic culture. That is, we prey on issues. If issues are not popular, we don't join it. We don't jump on it. We would not stand in solidarity with it. If it's only popular, that is when we'll now jump on it. Or perhaps if something has to do with solidarity, something has to do, even if it's not popular, if it's have to do with that, Nigerians find it difficult. All right, and it is hypocritical. And anyone who has known the track record of Maurice Monye would really call out this hypocrisy for what it is. It is hypocritical for you not to stand when it was difficult to do so, but when it is not easy because the man is no longer in office, he can no longer, as far as in your mind now, this man cannot sting you. All right, now is not the time for you to now say, well, I can now jump on this thing. But it's good that even some of the people that are one of the fierce, you know, critic of Omoyele Sowore, they are now seeing or perhaps admitting they now concede. They now they now concede all of a sudden that Sowore is a fighter. And of course, if you ask Maurice Monye that are you willing to actually adapt a fighter in the coming election, someone that can fight the system to the very end, the rhetoric will be a different thing entirely. He will now be talking about how there are political permutations that have to factor in the establishment that needs to be demolished. It is what it is. You're welcome to the studio, Adege. You're welcome very powerfully. It's always a nice time to have you here. Join us on the studio here. And of course, to the members of the public, it is also very much, there's still room in the studio to accommodate as many people that wants to speak on this issue as possible. You're welcome, Adege. What part of this discussion have jumped at you, and where do you want us to see issues from this time around? Nigerian people. Wow, it's out again. All right, let's proceed as we wait for Adege to jump into this whole thing. It's nice to have all of us join us on this platform. We are so glad to have this whole discussion. What do you think about a minister that carries power bank? Hmm? The Nigerian minister that does what? That carries power bank. I think that's one of the things that also, was very is trending right now. It is trending. Let me load the image so that you see exactly what I'm talking about. You can see this is your minister of power, and you can see him with a power bank. Eh? A minister of power that cannot ensure 24 hours of electricity. What kind of minister is that? A wayo minister that cannot, after 3 years, they are still giving us excuses as if electricity is a rocket science. You're welcome back, Adege. We're about to pass you the mic before we lost connection with you the other time. You're welcome. Are you there? Mm. Adege, you're welcome. Are you there? Mm. Adege seems not to be connected with us, but we are fine with that. I believe the network or perhaps is busy doing other things. So it is very, very important to set this record straight that it is an abomination for the minister, all right, of power, all right, to be carrying power bank. I think there's one particular issue that also developed recently. And let's take a listen to it, and we would be more than willing to let us look at it and learn a thing or two. It's also waiting they happen. We are basically looking at what is happening. This is a former Tinubu supporter passionately breaks down how he was deceived supporting Tinubu and why he would never make the same mistake again. The end will shock you. Let's take a look at it. Since this is what Deji has posted, let's take a listen while I do other things. And
Me, I am issue based. Issue based. You see, when we gather for here for 2021, 2022, they talk about Bola Tinubu election. For me, I don't know how it take affect you. You see, This master strategist, this economic guru, will come and change the tide. Because I personally, having supported late Muhammadu Buhari in blessed memory, criticized him personally on one thing, that among all achievements, I had issues with his economic approach. And I feel he wasn't so grounded. And that was why I felt, or I believe, that Jagaban, looking at his profile, could be able to fill in that gap and move Nigeria to economic prosperity and development, where we are going to domesticate largely our economy and begin to improve or support our local manufacturers and producers to create jobs and close the gap of unemployment and poverty rate. This was my expectation. And that with all of that, we are going to prioritize the provision of power, because energy drives the economy. These were my expectations. That we are going to begin to see a government that will think Nigerian first. Yes, Nigerian first. But what do I get afterwards? A government that came at the heel of 30-something% food inflation, if I'm not mistaken. I was expecting that government will come and first hit the ground running by prioritizing agriculture, or even putting agriculture as an emergency, a national security matter that need urgent attention. But that government came in, did not attend to it, and I was patiently waiting 6 months, 1 year, and I think they never made any major announcement on that sector until 1 year plus, or 1 year 6 months. And what was that? Importation of tractors. And when I saw those tractors, they even appear like luxury tractors. And then I knew that we're not ready. And I was still putting my ear down to see a government that will begin to roll out programs that support local production. Till this moment, what did I see this government do? Rather than go that path, creating jobs, they began to open doors for importation for a quick win and crash prices down. We can all laud and praise them for inflation dropping, which today or yesterday, to a single digit of 8% for importation. But at the end, what we have simply done is importing poverty while exporting wealth. And I don't stand for that. 3 years down the line, a government that brought in a financial expert, a former director or deputy governor, whatever it is, in the name of Adelabu, telling us that the problem of power was financing, or what did they call it? And some argue here why that guy was the best bet. And I was just watching. And my guy told me, or told Nigerians, that if I don't give you power 4 years or in my first tenure, do not re-elect me. Then I saw a government with his minister coming to tell Nigerians to off their fridge. Then I knew they were not ready. Creating bands. Then I knew we were not ready. And today, what is singing around Nigerians, in the face of many Nigerians, is darkness, no power. The little money they have to stock their homes, they end up having them spoiled because there is no power to preserve their little, or to even save their little income. What a wicked government. A government that we now have a situation where we have records of portfolio investment, counting gains. And that is a glamorous economic outlook for them, which they expect Nigerians to applaud them on, when every day, in the face of every Nigerian, for who cares to see, is suffering and hunger. I can't vote that government back in. I can't. Whether opposition put themselves together or not, I cannot. And I'm here to speak to Nigerians. You can do your party, but Nigerians who vote does not necessarily need to belong to any party. They just need to vote. I am speaking to Nigerians. I am speaking to that in Nigeria. I cannot vote that kind of government back in, who have only invested these past years elevating few people while ignoring the mass majority to wallow in pain, suffering, and hunger.
President to know that the people are hungry. We dey hungry. Women dey hungry. Children dey hungry. We say before, say things even hard, but now it done too much.
No, I will not. So therefore, I have taken this mandate upon myself that this season, just like the last season, when I was up top my voice, speaking to support and vote Bola Tinubu as an intellectual, as an economic guru, a political juggernaut, and everything you can think about. This season, my mandate is, I have seen, he has come, I have seen. I'm going to speak to all those ears that be devils or that came with this administration. Agriculture, as we speak, is just yesterday we began to see them trying to distribute, include those luxury and fancy tractors. So Nigerians don't need to eat all these years. It is now that election is coming. They are looking to go and produce for palliative, distribution of rice for vote. They want to start distributing. We can see through that. I don't even know if we have Minister of Power. For a government that prides itself for economic development, and here we have underperforming ministers, 3 years down the line, they don't find the need to change them.
Show me one. And I argue with you. Well,
because why? They are all sounding or singing, on our mandate we shall stand. They don't care about Nigeria because we don't have a mandate. We have a vote. So Nigerians, wake up. This season, if you vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu into power for second term, like in the words of Obasanjo, what you see before, na small, the next one na helele. And I no one see helele. So we cannot begin to import fake statistics. Beautiful economy on paper, and we cannot see it in the lives of everyday Nigerian. That is not the country I dream of. Every day my children are staring at me. I need a better life for them. Better than mine. And I cannot continue to console myself that, let's see the 8 years. 8 years will come and pass. The change starts now. For me. Yes, it starts now. You removed subsidy. Agreed, I supported that policy without regret. What was the alternative? I don't know how many of you have been hearing us expanding in our CNG because, of course, it was obvious we had no infrastructure to support that. But we had the government who came on. In fact, some of us here were defending how when the CNG came up, they were trying to tell us, oh, it's exploding, it's not exploding, all of that. The government will do that. Where is the CNG today? We are back. Nothing. It's a forgotten issue. I think there's a presidential initiative for whatever, compressed natural gas. I don't know when I heard them again. Nobody is talking of gas stations. No, it's all to the deaf ear now. I guess we have reached El Dorado. No. I'm not in for that. Right? So we cannot have such situation where few people, foreign direct investment.
Before you
call it again on record. $16.7 billion on foreign direct investment. Only 3% of that money went into what? Production. The large chunk of it went into what? Portfolio investment. You know why? Because investors have seen a loophole to come and quickly cash in and cash out within a short time. So they invest there and move their money out quick. Because it's evidence that our economy is very volatile. That is not what I wanted. I was coming from a government I thought wasn't so economic savvy, but rather invested more or supported local manufacturers and local companies to strive, to begin to move. We saw the rice production. Whether we got there, at least we're heading somewhere. We saw the need where car manufacturers like Nord and Innoson and what have you began to, we are saying them. But today, no. We are supposed to build on those gains, but we are rather on a decline. So much that even our budget underperformed 30%. Imagine Ministry of Health being allocated 0.067%. Is it for Dodo? That's 36 million. Or is it for Akara? What do they want them to do with that? A government that want to kill or expose our populace to health hazards, to diseases. A company that does not care about her populace, whether they eat or they are still healthy. Is that the kind of government that want to come and promise me economic prosperity? It's not possible because you need human capital for productivity. If you already have this kind of direction, there is no way you can believe anything they are telling you. I can't have a government that is forging legislation. You are the one in power with the majority, but yet forgery is still a case. We have never had it. For all that our National Assembly have been in the past, we've never gotten to this point where we have to start talking about forgery of our laws. That tells you that it's a government that is deceiving the people, that want to import something into the law. at the detriment of Nigerians. I am a honest person. I like to be sincere. I go for the truth. I cannot vote such a government. No, I cannot vote such a government. I cannot vote a government that come to tell me how much they've surpassed in revenue and yet we cannot see finance our budget. I want a sincere and honest government. I want them to tell me that this is my economy and this is the price I have to pay and this is the effort we have to put in. So that when we begin to count the gain, I can smile that yes, the work was put in and we achieve it. Not the government that will want to deny my pain. That when Nigerians say they are hungry, they say, no, it's not. Look at the paper. The banks are declaring profit. Is all Nigerians banker? Are all Nigerians bankers? How many people are the bankers employing? How many Nigerians have money in their account? How many Nigerians can invest in portfolio investment? I am not for that government. And to curb it all is that the man told me, and I heard, and I believe most of you here heard, and you can acknowledge it. If I do not give you power, because if the man gives me power, I should be able to set up my own business and run my business and be able to make profit and pay my bills. Not the one that accused me and bring tax reform. I have no problem paying tax, but let me be alive. Let me be able to live a life. Let me have a business. Whether you are going to exempt me, oh, the tax is exempting people. Many Nigerians will not be paying tax. Nigerians are not living not to pay tax. Nigerians want to have sustainable living because you cannot tax poverty to start with. So it is not a breaking news. It is not an achievement to say many Nigerians will not pay tax because many Nigerians are already poor and cannot pay tax. So I need an economy that supports Nigerians' productivity so that they can even pay the tax and that tax can give us better infrastructure. That is the kind of Nigeria I'm looking for. I cannot vote them. They have deceived me. I expected so much. They promised us so much. Where is we are eating our corn? We are eating this thing that they want to convert maize, our agbado to this thing, employ military, let you feed them agbado and all of that. I don't know if we are still producing it or not through our maize. And what is the quantity since Bola Tinubu assumed office? Or the volume? Because I was looking Nigeria to be on the path of industrialization. Not to get there after 4 years. No, but to set that path for such growth, for such development path. And I didn't see it. All I see is quick money, the Yahoo economy. You know how our Yahoo boys are doing. That is the kind of government I see who open room for few people to come and cash out and run away. So, as such, I want to tell you, for people who mean well for this country, well meaning Nigerians, any love they show you, if that love does not give you power, I mean electricity, vote them out because they say so. Good evening.
Oh wow, I have been muted all this while. Well, so yeah, this is the lamentation of the Nigerian, a concerned Nigerian, right? You know, a concerned Nigerian who absolutely, have concerns. All right, who absolutely have concerns about his situation in Nigeria. What do you have to say, Adege, to this Nigerian complaining about the reality that is staring at him on the face? And he has vowed not to vote into power again the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What is your perception on this particular soundbite? Feedback that we just listened to from the Nigerian person, an average Nigerian on the street.
Liberation chat, give me like a few minutes. I'll be right back. I just want to quick click or something.
All right, no problem. When you're back, please. I wouldn't know, and there's no
no
emoji.
problem.
This particular.
No problem. I go indicate.
Just interject anytime you're back. So yes, it is what it is. And if you have to look at your screen also, and on our main screen, you'll see We were paid 60 million naira by the government to release the girls. We used the money to buy more rifles. This is according to, you know, members of the insurgents in Nigeria admitting that they received resources from the government, and they used the resources they collected from the government to 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 replenish their arms and ammunition, to empower themselves so that they can go and kidnap more girls, mm, so that they can go and create more insurgency for more people. And this is quite worrisome, really, isn't it? It's quite worrisome. And of course, if reporters, let me just say it, because many people will not still believe that this is actually a real situation, that a camera crew.
To kaman yaya bayan an yi maganganu nawa aka biya ko me aka yi aka ba da yara?
Da mun ce za a ba mu miliyan 300. Daga baya aka haɗa mu da wasu aka yi ta maganganu shine dai suka ba da miliyan 60 aka sake su. Aka suka bayar. Miliyan 60 suka bayar aka sake su.
Miliyan 60.
Kwarai da gaske.
Kaga miliyan 60 din?
Da ido na mu muka karɓo su.
To me kuka yi da wannan kuɗin?
Mun ƙaro bindigogi ne da su. Mun sayo wasu bindigogi ba don da tun ɗazun ne da na aika an ɗauko ma bindigar da na sayo da su. In gwada maka ma bindigar da na sayo da iri kuɗi.
The Zamfara state governor denies that any ransom was paid to the bank.
Well, the Zamfara state government denied that any ransom was paid, but people wey dey inside bush talk say they collect money from the government, but the government they deny say that they no collect money. So who are we going to believe, really? Who are we going to believe? People wey talk say they never collect money from the government, or people wey talk say they collect money from government, or people wey talk say they no give money. This is quite very very profound. People wey collect money talk say they collect money from the government, 60 million naira. All right, say they collect them from the government as ransom. All right, to bail out people that were kidnapped. All right, but government wey pay the money talk say they no pay money. So who are we going to believe, really? Who is to believe? Who are we going to trust in Nigeria? Who are we going to trust in Nigeria? And of course, is this the Nigeria that the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is it this kind of administration that he promised Nigerians? Is this the kind of administration that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised the Nigerian people? An administration whereby people spent more money on fuel than, okay, look at it, I am basically fanning myself. It never even reached 10 minutes. So we say, well, we have this gen, really. And I'm already filled with sweat, basically. Is this the kind of Nigeria that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu promised Nigeria? After 3 years, there is still no constant power. Is it that they cannot do it? Is it that there's no resources to get it done? Or they just don't want us to have electricity? Is it that they don't want us to have electricity, or there are just no resources to do it? Now one could be issue. But the issue is that, don't we have the resources to make it happen such that Nigerians can have 24/7 electricity? This life is not a very,
Sorry,
let me
I'm
say,
back. Oh.
spend so much time on this life. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Uncle.
You don't spend so much time in this life, but it seems as though the Nigerian elite, the Nigerian political elites, want to make it their duty that we do not have a good time with with the little time they are here on earth to come and do whatever it is that you want to intend to do, the Nigerian government want to make it a duty not to make you enjoy your stay while you are around here. That is exactly my own conclusion here because we have the resources. Why is it not happening? All right. Are some aliens sabotaging our efforts? And of course, if it is aliens, it will have been understandable because they have a superior intelligence in quote. But if it's actually humans that are in charge and they are the ones sabotaging this issue, and the government of Tinubu cannot fish them out, or perhaps they are contributors to the perpetual darkness that Nigerians have found themselves, then what is it that he has promised Nigerians in the first place? Let me hang my boots there while I pass the mic to Adege. Adege, you're welcome. You're welcome to the studio. Thank you so much for joining us, as always.
Thank you so much, my
Thank you
comment.
so
Just been a very, very busy day for me. I won't try join all
So
this thing.
sorry.
Anyway, Sha. Anyway, you asked the question. I just dey laugh. You say, who are we going to believe, the bandit or the Nigerian government? And when you ask that question, two things came into my mind. One, the fact that we cannot even trust our government is a problem. That's in there. The fact that we have to ask the question, do we trust the Nigerian government or the bandit? Can you imagine the comparison? We are comparing the government to a terrorist organization. That is how much we don't trust Nigeria government, you know? But then at the end of the day, what do you expect? Can you really trust the bandit? The bandit is a criminal. By trade, he's not an honest man. But you can also not trust the politician because the politician is a criminal too. So so this is just criminals doing criminals things. This is criminals doing the things that criminals do. Lie and steal money. That's it. That is the situation, you know? But then again, just being absolutely free. So let me get this straight. This individual,
To kaman yaya bayan an yi maganganu nawa aka biya ko me aka yi aka ba da yara?
Da mun ce za a ba mu miliyan 300. Daga baya aka haɗa mu da wasu aka yi ta maganganu shine dai suka ba da miliyan 60 aka sake su. Aka suka bayar. Miliyan 60 suka bayar aka sake su.
So ultimately, we are looking at a situation whereby um, a non-state actor says that government give him 60 million. You'll not be wondering, does he really have a reason to lie that he received 60 million from the government? Does he really have a reason to lie? And the government is saying they did not pay such amount of money. Eh? This one they deny, that one they admit. And the fact that journalists who's got camera can gain access to where these guys are, and the Nigerian security agents cannot gain access to where these people are. Isn't it such an interesting development? Don't you find it interesting? Eh? Don't you find it interesting that Nigerian government, the authorities, cannot they are not still able to gain access to where these guys are, these insurgents, but reporters, journalists can gain access. So validating what we have been saying, that these guys are not ghosts. They are not ghosts. Neither do they have some extra terrestrial powers that is making them have hedge over our security agents, our armies, our soldiers. All right, it is what it is. All right. Let's move on from there. All right. Um, Godwin, are you there? Godwin?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
here.
What would you like to react to? Seems as though yeah. Please
Yeah,
proceed.
yeah, of course. These guys, they are not ghosts. And the fact that journalists can get their information and post it, so it's not clear. You understand?
No,
Some part.
journalists went there to interview them. It's an
That is
interview.
what
No be them put this video out though. Na journalist. You can hear the voice of journalists on the background. Oh wow. Uh, Godwin don't go again. I think there's something that Godwin is doing basically that is causing this. I don't want to believe this is network. Yeah, are you back, Godwin? You back?
yeah, I'm back. See,
Yeah,
the fact
proceed,
that
proceed.
journalists can have the fact that journalists can have access to these guys and post it, and yet our government are denying and they are admitting. So if you look at it, these guys don't even have any reason to even lie. You understand? They don't have any reason to lie. They are just saying what is happening, and the fact that our government still don't know where these guys are. The conspiracy is getting too much because these guys, as we have said before, they are not ghosts. Neither are these people. You understand? These guys, and you move.
Godwin is gone again. I think he's back. Yeah, please
So
proceed. You're back.
the most painful part of it is that these guys even put their activities on TikTok. You understand? Okay, if you know that this is a government, we really have government that is working in Nigeria, just carry knife or cutlass, use and threaten person. In the next, I bet you, in the next 2 hours or in the next 1 hour, you will see DSS in your door knocking. But these guys will still post their face, not even covered, post it online. Yet we don't have a national security agency that will get these guys. So what are they national in? What are they security? What are
Godwin is disconnected once again. All thanks to the Nigerian telecommunication system. Very unstable connectivity. It's crazy. You back? Please proceed. Yeah, please proceed, Godwin. You are connected. You are live. Godwin, are you there? Your mic is mute. Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted, Godwin. Hmm. I think the network is really, really a. Okay, please proceed. Proceed. Yes, yes, very audible now. Please proceed. Hmm. It's interesting. the kind of network that we have in Nigeria. And while we are very, very much discussing something very, very serious, that has to do with national security, many of our youths are very much paying attention to some other interesting things. See, at this moment in time, there's no doubt in my mind that there's over 3,000 to 4,000 people are very much online as we speak right now. All right. But are they really paying attention to contents like this? Your guess is as good as mine. Whether or not they really care, they really give a flying F about contents that has to do with national development. This is the kind of content that they love, content that showcases the human body, the anatomy of a woman. Look at it. Over 7,000. This post just barely 20 hours ago. Over 7,000 likes. And what is it about? It says, I hope every man knows what to do with women like this. When you meet them, don't try to be Superman. Play your part and keep it going. This is the kind of content, and I don't want to even blow it out of proportion to try to read meaning into that. But this is the kind of content but we're talking about national issues, all right? And of course, this is coming out of the court. And it says the first duty of the new high GP of police, Tunji Diesel, is to withdraw all the charges and reverse all the illegalities carried out by Kayode Egbetokun and to stop VIP protection. Let's hear from the horse's mouth.
In which case, and seriously, one of the things we want him to do immediately is to withdraw all these foolish charges across the country and stop any police officer from doing all this cross-border transportation of persons who abuse somebody. You go and bring somebody from Lagos because posted something on wasting taxpayers' money. Secondly, we want the police to be restored to proper policing. In which case, you must retrain, reorganize, and remotivate his men to be working as policemen so that we can tackle insecurity in the country. We have already, and we've been
I believe, Godwin, you're back. Please proceed with your submission. Let me pause what I'm doing so that we can accommodate your submission immediately because of your network. Please proceed. Are you there? Please proceed.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are indeed.
What I'm saying is that these guys don't operate. They are not spirit. The thing is that we have a system that is not even ready to fight this insurgency because people are making millions from this heinous crimes, from this recklessness. People are making money from it because these guys post their activities on TikTok. These guys are using phone in communication. So what is difficult for our police to track these guys' activities, or the DSS, or the National Security Agency? What are they doing? But just let a common man, an oppressed man now, do 1/4 of these things that these guys are doing. Just when you kick against the government, now they will locate your house. Just like when Sea King talked said something about Tinubu, the police and the DSS were able to locate Sea King. But these bandits, we commit crime, we kill people, we destroy people, we still take ransom, they will still post their loot online. So what is stopping the government to track these bandits? They are using phones, they are using POS. So what is really happening? What is happening? Why can't they track the activities of this band of these terrorists? Why is it that it's only the common man that is speaking against them? They are they are they are fast to track, but the terrorists they are very adamant. They are so adamant in tracking them. So you can see there is a conspiracy somewhere that majority are not seeing, but we know all these things. We know all these things. We know all these things because these guys are not ghosts. Even okay, imagine journalists even went okay, how did the journalists know where these terrorists are? How? How come that journalists
Exactly.
know
That's a very good question. We come my own mind to say, journalists sabi where these people dey, but Nigerian army talk say they no sabi where they dey.
okay. So they're not
It
go
is
conflicting ask the journalists now. How will they locate those places? Eh? So 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 we all can see the conspiracy. There is a underground conspiracy that the majority are not seeing and is a big fact. We really have a long way to go because all these guys just dey use us our life dey play lute. They are just joking with our lives. They are joking with our lives and some of our own oppressed citizens just think that it's a joke. Seriously, the thing is so it's really, really embarrassing. Serious. It's really, really embarrassing. It's really, really embarrassing. Well, but I believe with time things it will change. It will
people talk
change.
say many people talk say now we dey feel embarrassed. The system where we dey feel embarrassed on their behalf, they are not embarrassed by all of these things. That it seems as though they have considered us noisemakers. Leave them alone, let them make their noise. And if any of them pass their boundary, we send the police to go and arrest him and put him inside the gulag. So leave them alone, let them make their noise. Doesn't stop us from doing what we want to do. Whatever it is that we want to, carry out, we'll do it and we'll get away with it. So when you are dealing with people who seems not to be bothered, all right, or embarrassed or disgraced by what is happening, look at the entirety of the Nigerian context. All right. Do you sense an embarrassing situation or from the camp of the politician? Do you think that they are embarrassed? And of course, if they are not embarrassed by the reality that is staring at us in the face in Nigeria, what does that say about whether or not there is salvation on the horizon? What do you think, Godwin?
Eh, ah, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
You said what?
You don't get my question. I said when you
Net
talk about we are embarrassed by what is happening, I am now saying that what if the politicians that are supposed to really get this thing done, because everything is politics. Even the president is not just occupying the position of just executive, he's the commander in chief of the armed forces. All right. And we say we
exactly.
are embarrassed. Are we looking at a situation whereby even the commander in chief is not embarrassed by this situation? And we're like, well, he's like, well, I have to do what I have to do, let them make all of the noises, let them be embarrassed on our behalf. We are not embarrassed. We are doing all we can do, even though obviously the best is not enough. Let's even consider that they are doing their best. But what is happening on the ground seems not to, verify the fact that that best is enough. And if that best is not enough in any organization, when those that are the managers they keep on giving excuses that yeah, they are trying their best, I'm trying my best, what the management will do is to relieve the person of his duty. But these guys, they are like, we are trying our best and we are going to remain we are going to remain in that position, and there's nothing you people can do about it. And of course, that will even highlight that they are not really embarrassed. They are just like, well, we have to do what we have to do. And if any of on our way they make noise, make una make on our noise. They have seen some of us and some of you as noisemakers. They have seen activists as noisemakers. They have seen platforms like Civic Space as those that are just making all of the noise. And of course, they are like, if they pass their boundary, we go arrest them, put them for inside jail. All right. And of course, we will see what others will be terrified to do the exact same thing. So in this particular situation, Abby. So it seems as though these guys are not embarrassed, but we are embarrassed on their behalf. But when we are embarrassed on their behalf, what does reality says? What are we going to do as a matter of reality? When majority of our people, if you check on X now, all right, I can see a particular space going on now, Ramadan lecture on X. That is, you are using spaces to do Ramadan lecture. All right, in the middle, and these are places like Kwara State now is a majority Muslim state, and they are experiencing so much insurgents right now. The other time, over 100 plus people were unalived. All right, and these guys are in the Muslim community, but instead of, and of course, we did a content on that. Instead of our people to really said, no, this is absolute violence against us. All right, we are going to have to do something very radical about this situation. But everybody have simply moved on. The Kwara people have simply moved on from that, what is obviously considered a mass unaliving of people. So what do you have to say about that? These guys are not really embarrassed. That particular occasion alone, that over 100 Nigerians were unalived, is sufficient enough for a president to be embarrassed and resign and said, what? Under me? This kind of thing happened under me. That over 100 lives were lost, and I still call myself the chief and commander in chief of the armed forces. This is a huge embarrassment to what I stand for. And of course, it's a revelation that I do not even deserve to be on this position, and I'll be more than willing to honorably vacate this position for those that can do the job. So
Okay.
do you think this is the kind of situation that we find ourselves? It seems as though our politicians are not really embarrassed, even when we are embarrassed on their behalf. What do you think?
They are not embarrassed, first of all, because these guys, they are not their lives are not being threatened. Their life is not at risk, because if these guys are not with security, at least they would also feel what Nigerians are feeling. And these same guys don't use the road. They don't. So if maybe they want to move from point A to point B now, they are going to take flight. Maybe the governor of Lagos State and want to go to Edo State, he will never use the main road. He's going to use flight. Then his entourage is already waiting for him at the airport. From there, he will still be with security. So these guys don't feel pinch of what Nigerians are going through on a daily basis. So that is why they feel that everything is all right. You understand? So if maybe, as I'm talking to you now, maybe like you will hear that they say bandits have kidnapped the president's son, bandits have kidnapped his wife, then the governor, bandits have kidnapped 3 of his children. You understand? FCT minister, bandits have kidnapped his wife, his children, his 2 of his children. At least, see, these guys, you will see them swing into action. But as long as their family are okay, they don't care. Even if 1 million people die in a state today in Nigeria, have you even seen, even if when people, is it not the same Kogi state that 100 and something people died, instead of the Kwara State, instead of the governor to felicitate with his people, he went to go and join Uzodima in Imo State to be commissioning one useless project. So you can see where their priorities lies. Their priorities is not for me and you because they don't care. So if some this the same bad governance, the same bad government that is happening to the common man in Nigeria on a daily basis, if half of it is even happening to their immediate family, they will be forced to swing into action. But no, okay, imagine you will see a senator now up to like 10 mobile police will be with, or more than a minister. Now look at Wike. The security that Wike is moving with, some president don't even move with it in some sane society. In Iceland, only the president moves alone. He moves alone. Even in Finland, without no security, drives his own car. But can they replicate that here in Nigeria? The answer is absolutely no. So that is why we are trying to educate more Nigerians. Let them know where the priorities of these politicians lie. They don't care about, even if 10 million people die in Nigeria today, you will not see them come on to national news to even put a state of emergency in that place, to even mourn with the people. They will just move on like as if nothing happened. And that is the recklessness that have been going on all over, year in and year out. They will just move on as if nothing happened. The way human beings are dying in Nigeria, I said it before, animals don't die in sane nation the way human beings are dying on a daily basis in Nigeria. Animals don't die like that. We are now the number one capital, poverty capital in the world. Can you imagine? In the midst of abundant resources, majority of Nigerians are living like church rats, paupers, wretched, living in abject poverty, penury. How long? Because of these guys don't really care about the common man out there. Their policies is not to favor the common man. Their policies is just for them to loot and loot and loot and loot and loot and loot. Okay, the same, look at Yaya Bello, the same Yaya Bello that EFCC said they are looking for. The same Yaya Bello was in presidential villa today. The same Yaya Bello that EFCC said that they are looking for. This one is someone that stole more than 80 billion state funds. State funds. This is not fallacy. This is not propaganda. These are real facts. But as long as you belong to the political party of APC, all your sins are forgiven, according to Oshomole. And that is what we are all saying today. So, for as far as I'm concerned, no one is free in Nigeria. These oppressors that they think that they are free, they are not free. Because a day is coming for them, okay, go market, you don't go return. They are not even free. No one is free in Nigeria. So we must all come out collectively. We must speak out. There is no room for silence here. Even you who is silent, even you that is keeping quiet. Bad government can visit you at any time. Like our fellow citizens that die at the first Inland Revenue Service building in Ireland. Do they plan that they are going to lose their life through fire incident? The answer is no. Did they even plan to even speak up against the bad government? The answer is no. But the same bad government took away their life? The answer is yes. So it is the earlier each and every Nigerian, oppressed Nigerian, wake up to reality that your bank job, that your police job, that your civil defense job, that any work at all, you must speak up, because bad government will not write an invitation before you take your life. That is why we must all speak up collectively. We must all speak up collectively. And these things we are doing, as some people will think that we don't have work, that's why we are doing it. But no wahala. If you talk, you die. If you not see talk, you will still die. So it's better you talk because all of us, no one is going to live forever. So why will I now be wasting my time that I have to supposed to be uh, using it to fixing humanity? Okay, let me even tell you something. Yeah, I have an opportunity to join the police force. I told my auntie that I can't. He said, well, I said, I can't contradict my conscience because I cannot go and join an organization that will silence my humanity. I wanted to get into NDA, but at the end of the day, I wrote exam. I got 98 over 100 in 2012 in Army Cantonment Ikeja. I wasn't given admission. It's not. Was I qualified? Yes, but they use the government of themselves. The person the person I wasn't sure. I have an opportunity to that I can. I said no. I'm not joining the police force. Though I don't even have a job. I said I'm not joining. I don't want to join. Forget about the money. Some people, see, let me tell you, 95% of Nigerian police officers in Nigeria today, it's not that they love the job. That is why they are in that force. It's because of is where frustration took them to. I know what I'm saying. Some people are not doing it because of the love for the job, because of the love for the uniform. They are doing it because of the money they want to get. That is all. Forget it. That is why you see many of them misbehaving, talking to citizens that they are supposed to talk with respect as if maybe they are gods. Majority of Nigerian people, even the army, majority of people in army today, they are not there because they love it. They are there just for them to survive. But people like us also have option that can decide to say, no, I cannot go and join something that my spirit and my conscience is not fully aligned with it. I cannot. So that is what I'm saying it today. It's from experience. I'm saying it. I know what I'm saying. Many of the police officers we have in Nigeria today, if we give them an option, they will teach that job. Many of them they are just there just for them to survive, nothing more. They are not there because of they love that uniform or because of their patriot. They want to be they want to be patriotic to their nation. Zero. So that is why we are where we are today because so many irregularities, so many Nigerians love profit more than the real service. They love profit. Just like what Comrade Hilara said, they love profit more than the real service. As far as I can get money from this place, no wahala. Anyhow I even carry out my job, it's not my business. But you don't know that it is the business of the citizens which you are carrying out your job for. It is also their own business to question you. But when you as Nigeria, when you keep on questioning people who are behaving recklessly, they will say, you not gonna get respect for elder. How can you be talking to president like that? How can you be talking to senator like that? You don't know say Peter Obina is a billionaire. You can imagine the mentality with some of our Nigerians. So these politicians, they are not scared. They are not even scared of the citizens. They are supposed to be scared of the citizens. They are not scared, and they don't even care. They don't feel the heat that majority of the citizens are feeling. So that is why they don't care. Let me drop the mic, Jare. How many we want talk?
Thank you very much indeed. How many way we want talk? That is quite deep, really. How many we want talk for Nigeria matter? As we dey talk all of these things now, some of our brothers have already spin this police IGP issue now to a tribal situation. Now they are saying another Igbo man have been denied his mandate. So, well, where do we go from here? All right, and this particular post has how many views and likes, and this is 3,000 likes. 66,000 people saw this thing. All right, it is now a tribal, and of course, this particular account, I think Nigerians will be very careful of this particular account. It's not the first time that this particular individual has pinned narrative towards the tribal. And of course, where do we go from here when you have a platform that is only about how much money you have? If you want to sponsor, in fact, X has deactivated the ability for civic space to promote any post. If you want to post and of course boost that post so that it gets to a larger audience, if you say person go pay money, not be free, it is no long that option is not on any of our posts. That option is not, and of course I went to do my research. Said that option is only removed from platform that has been shadow banned. So all of these posts, you think it is ordinary that they're having this much visibility or engagement? No, the X platform has contributed largely to this whole thing. All right, and it is what it is. But nevertheless, this little light of ours, we are going to let it shine. Let's pass the mic to Ade again. You are about saying something. Let's get the feedback on that. Are you
Network
there,
don't
sir?
show me network don't show me shege today.
Yeah, I understand. I really do.
Nevertheless, I was just talking about the criminal syndicate. Once again, how bandits, how those common men who are not security officials are able to find the bandits, but unfortunately, our police officers and our military men cannot find the bandits every time they go into the forest. It's one story after the other. Bandits that are taking pictures, posting online, having social media accounts, doing giveaway, collecting tax, you know. And the former IGP, incompetent, unable to do his job to protect the lives and properties of Nigerian citizens, and now they have brought another one again. I am not a prophet, but I can only predict that in his own term, it will still be a case of mass banditry on a commercial scale. Because it is not about changing one post or changing two posts, it's about eliminating the whole system. And Nigerians are not ready to eliminate the entire system. They still seem to have some form of emotional attachment to some of the chief officers of the current system. You still see people who have some sentimental attachment to a Milocom. You still see some people that have sentimental attachment to Waziri of the Adamawa. You still see some people that have sentimental attachment to Kute or Anambra. You still see some people that have sentimental attachment to El Rufai in Nigeria, all based on maybe tribe, religion. Funny thing is, these people don't even know what that is. They don't even know what a tribe or a religion is. Because when it comes to rotten violence on the people, everybody they collect them. Tribesman no, they collect them. Religious brother, they collect them. But only the Nigerian people, the masses of the people, feel like these oppressors are on their side. But that's the story. That's the story of the average Nigerian, and so to some extent you can't really blame him or her because education was not made available to our people. Quality education was not made available, so a lot of them are confused. And like Commission always says, it's not just education in the four walls of the school. There's formal and informal education, and unfortunately, both have been denied to our people. Both the formal and informal education. The one that you should have gotten in the four walls of a school for you to enlighten yourself, to bring in your skills and your knowledge to developing your country, and the ones that you should have received at home or in your society from sane Nigerian elders that are supposed to guide you in the culture of your society, So the Nigerian youths, most especially, have lost out. on that form of quality education. They do not know what it means to be a Nigerian citizen. They do not know what it means to love the people. They do not know what it means to look at another. They don't even understand the concept of unity in diversity. That is totally out of their books. Most Nigerian youths are proficient in doing hookup and yahoo yahoo. And that is the culture we have built, the culture of criminality. At every point in Nigeria, the Nigerian system, you know, it, 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 it propels you to engage in one form of criminal activity or the other, by choice or by force, really, by choice or by force. You know, you are driving on the road, the police will harass you, you have to give him some money. You are going to go and get your driver's license renewal, road safety will harass you, you have to give him some money. You want to get your passport, you get to immigration, you have to give them some money. Everywhere, at every point in Nigeria where you want to do anything, you must have to pay some form of, I don't know, like I don't even know what to call it. You must just pay something to get something that is free for you. The other day, someone was saying, Nigerians, all this obedience. Nigerians, go and get your PVC. Go and get your PVC. It's free. It's free. I say it's free. Is it really free? Is it really free? When corruption has read, as everything is corrupt everywhere, cesspool of corruption, the whole Nigerian institution, from the military to the police, to the ministers, to the governors, to the judges, like everywhere na in them day. And we want to kid ourselves that if you're gonna carry one man and put him, one man that is in that same class, that is in that same group, if you're gonna carry him and put him there, you want to tell me that he will do anything different? Nigerian people, they are just playing ice and water with our future. And we must be serious with our future, because we cannot afford to be playing all these games. Can't afford to be playing all these games. It's a disappointment at the number of Nigerian youths that get carried away with all these frivolities, all because they want to feel among. And sometimes when you think about it, you just shake your head for Nigerian people. You shake your head for them because you are like, where do we even want to start from? But we have already started the work. We're already doing the work. That's why we create spaces like this, because we know that that knowledge will come by hearing. And we'll hear them, and we'll keep telling you the truth, and it will keep opening in front of you. The truth will be opening, and the more the truth opens, the more you'll be pushed to the corner. You have no choice than accept it and do what's best for your future. So my comrade, I just think I just throwing down one. Carry on.
Thank you so much. If you see me make any funny facial stuff, it's not actually to any of the panel. There's so many things going on with behind the scene here. So please, I'm not referring to anybody, please. And does not even reflect the fact that I want anybody to stop speaking or anything of that matter. I just have to deal with so many things behind the closed door. And that's why I keep my mic muted for the most part of the submission. So thank you so much, Ade, again, for this submission. That we really want to be free as a people. And of course, those that are committed to the Nigerian project of emancipation, the Nigerian project of liberation. Thank you so much for your contribution to that project, and to as many as those in this live stream who are very much a participant of that project. Thank you very much indeed. Big respect to you, and history would never forget what you have been able to do for your country. And of course, talking about doing something for your country, talking about patriotism, you can see the spike. All right, we can see the spike, and everybody is patronizing show right now. Everybody. All right. This is Shehu Abubakar, one of the sons of Atiku Abubakar Waziri, saying, I'm actually a big fan of Shore. He's someone who has been passionately fighting for a better Nigeria. He has been hounded, arrested, harassed, intimidated, etc. But he has this unshakable spirit. A man worthy of our admiration and respect. This guy shows his word very carefully. So he said, a man worthy of our admiration and respect. It did not say a man worthy of being enthroned the leadership mantle. He will not say that. All right, that's why I call it so much patronage, really. So much patronage within the system, especially when it comes to the Shore context recently. And it's not by chance that Shore is coming, it's basically trending. If you look at the trending across all platforms now, is Shore. And this is all thanks to what we have described on the message that is trolling below your screen. If you read that particular issue, you have a good grasp on why Nigerians have suddenly, this spike in Shore's adulation and giving him his flowers, because he's one of the he's not even one of he's the person that started the whole idea of calling out the illegality, all right, of appointment of a police officer who has passed retirement age. And of course, another error is about to repeat itself again now with this Tunji Disu. We understand that he's currently just 1 month to his retirement, really. And I don't even have any issues with that. And of course, there are also allegations of the fact that he has basically headed some very brutal, police units in Lagos. But let's keep our fingers crossed. But hierarchy is hierarchy, and power should not be a something that anybody can hoard to himself. Let it go round. All right, let it go round so that we can actually evaluate. If Tonjidis will also get there and messes up, we can call it out. All right, so it is what it is. And this respect and admiration for sure, according to Shehu Abubakar, one of the sons of Wazir Abubakar, I think is very very quite interesting. You can call it patronizing, but I find it very very um, you know profound in this discussion. Everybody just want to really pass your raised flowers. Recently, you might question their motive for doing that. All right, but at least it is now something that they cannot really ignore any longer. There's no way they will ignore that. It is only Shore that called out this whole illegality of Kayode Egbetoku. All right, and the fact that he even there's a coincidence of a recent law case that was won by Shore that he actually was awarded 30 million naira damages. All right, so everybody is, and there's this spike that usually happen. All right, but how can we maintain that spike is another ballgame entirely. Whether or not we are able to maintain the spike and see him as someone who is worthy, because he's also a politician that has thrown his heart into the ring, that I want to represent the people. All right. And I find myself to be the best candidate for the job. Do we see him as such? Shehu Abubakar, do you see Shure as someone worthy to be a leader, to be a national leader, not just worthy of respect? Because this choosing of, this choice of words really, really matters a great deal. And of course, as we round things up, I'll move to another news that is actually very, very much important to this conversation. And it's about the insecurity that is actually prevalent in our country. Recently, talking about the Ondo people, we can see the spike in insurgency and insecurity in Ondo State. And, it is very, very terrible that our people are living in one of the most trying times in our history, where lives are being lost on a daily basis. It's one of the most trying times in our history in Nigeria. And those that call themselves, politicians who should actually have the policy levers to actually put things in place to put an end to this ordeal of our people, they seems not to be very, very much interested to use their positions of power to really, solve this big problem. All right. And this is talking about Ondo people. Ondo people voted for governance, not funerals and ransom negotiations. TIB movement tackles Governor Aiyedatiwa over insecurity. Because it seems as though Governor Aiyedatiwa has budgeted a very humongous budget for cemetery and cemeteries, and of course payment of ransom. Going to funeral to say I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for hundreds of lives that have been lost does not really cut it. It is, in fact, it even reflects the fact that you need to resign. When it comes to properties that cannot be renewed, and it is within your own jurisdiction to ensure the protection of such property. If such properties get lost, you should resign. Human life is so precious, so sacred. There's this particular graphics that Adege actually shared with me once upon a time. I think I should pull it up. I should still be able to see that image. Human lives are sacred. What happened? Why did you not give me option to bring out an image? Now, wow.
What you get
So
it?
human life are sacred. It should not be toyed with. When human lives are lost, there's no way you can bring them back. Forget about the magic you see in the movies. Forget about the miracles you see in your churches. Once human life is gone, it is gone. And of course, the manner with which you even go is also very much even a very something that humbles me. How can you be I don't want to describe in graphic details that people are unalived in such a gruesome way. The other day, I think last week, there was this video I watched on Facebook. The young man was just crying that his mom just went to the forest to go and get firewood to cook at home, an elderly woman. And those that call themselves headsmen with AK-47, they ambushed the woman, they unalived her, and they raped her. An old woman. They raped the old woman and they unalived her in a very gruesome way. And of course, you can imagine the kind of traumatic episode a child will have seeing his mother in that kind of state. Your old mother being desecrated. All right? Your old mother being that wants to go and find something that they will eat. Can you imagine the level of trauma? And of course, these are the things that happen almost every single time. And those that call themselves politicians, all they do is just to wear agbada and gallivant up and down. They do not see any reason to say, yeah, this is a failure on my part. I think this is a huge failure, and I have to resign for another person to step in so that I can have the moral ground to question and said, why is this thing happening? And of course, it's a failure on my part. But these guys cannot concede. They have no capacity to be embarrassed. Neither do they have the empathy to do the needful when issues like this happen. They would rather even capitalize on it to embezzle more money. This is the height of wickedness, if you ask me, in my own view, in my own opinion. This is the epitome of wickedness, really. But I think Adege, you want to say something? Proceed to give your submission, please. Please proceed.
I mean, this is the situation. If you look at the current budget, my mother is from Ondo State. Look at the current budget of Ondo State right now. Health is underfunded, education is underfunded, infrastructure development is underfunded. But do you know what is funded? Do you know what is funded? I'm pretty sure you'll be able to take a wild guess. The luxuries of the lawmakers, the new cars, the wardrobe allowance, the renovation of the hallowed chambers, well funded. That is how Nigerian governors want to lead the people. While that is going on, The average Nigerian youth today, the average Ondo youth, that is about 16 or 15, probably does not has not received quality education in his life. Probably eat rations food on a daily basis. Someone that should probably be in school is probably on the streets hustling, doing one form of hustle or the other. Not because there's a lack of ability to bring forth a society where that kind of person can thrive, but because look how fresh this Ondo State governor is looking. Look at him. And if I remember correctly, everybody was shouting that, oh, Tinubu has tripled the allowance to governors. All the governors will be able to work now. What is he doing with the times three allowance budget? The allocation. What is he doing with it? Wasting it. His children are living the best life. The people of Ondo State have nothing to live for. His children are going to the best schools. The children of Ondo State cannot receive quality education. He can wear the finest clothes and take the cleanest pictures. The people of Ondo State don't even know what it means to wear clean clothes anymore. Yet, millions, if not hundreds of thousands of them, will still jump behind this man to support him. When we have candidates in that same state who are conscious enough to bring about liberation to their people. Liberation chat. The Nigerian people must wake up. The Nigerian people must wake up. They have a Take It Back movement cell in that state. The Nigerian people must work with us. Because it is impossible for these other people who they have chosen to bring them out of liberation. It's impossible. They can't do it. They lack the capacity, they lack the knowledge, they lack the technical know-how. The ideology is one that puts profit before the people. And as long as that has been put in place, where the interest of capital and capital itself superimposes itself on the people, there is no liberation. No. There is no liberation. All the ones where they do, no matter how many times they engage in election, the vote, they will not be able to bring about their liberation because the system remains, and it is that system that we must smash. The Nigerian people must work with us to bring about the dissolution of that system, and we must entrench a new system of liberation. That is why the African Action Congress is the party to be a part of. Go to the website, register, find your cell, your local cell, meet with your state coordinator, begin to organize, begin to tell other youth, begin to tell the old men and old women that look, we can't continue like this anymore. And most importantly, the youths, because they are the ones who have a larger stake. Last time I checked, Tinubu has borrowed how many billion, trillion, 1 point something trillion. Yes, Tinubu has borrowed 1 point something trillion. We are all in debt. Our future is at stake. Can't afford to joke with the institution anymore. We must rise up as Nigerian youths. We must take the bull by the horn, and we must put an end to this. Let nobody deceive you that it cannot be done. It was just recently done in Nepal. Nothing is stopping us. We have nothing to lose but our chains, like they always say. So, Nigerian people, do what you have to do. Join the African Action Congress, be a part of the movement. Join the Friends of Showore to bring about liberation in Nigeria. Over to you, my comrade.
Thank you so very much, Adeke. And it's such a relief to have pressure groups, non-partisan pressure groups like the Take It Back movement, who keeps tackling and, of course, bringing some of these issues, and of course, not just rhetoric, host and projects real pressure to the government. And once they hear that anything is coming from the Take It Back movement, the authorities are very much concerned that these are not jokers. These are those that know exactly what they want and know exactly what they want to go about doing it. That is why many Nigerians are being pleaded to really join the ranks or join the numbers with Take It Back movement, because numbers does matter. My ancestors would say that now because snakes they know they work out together. Now it make hunters they see them, they they kill them very easily. But once they move together, all right, in group, it becomes almost very, very difficult to get rid of any of them. And the reason why, if you look at buffaloes always walk in herds, right? They, and of course they capitalize on that power. They are a soldier. They form a formidable force when they come together. But once you are just a lone battle fighter on your own, in your village, they know me from my village. I know they take nonsense and they follow the authorities. They drag them. How long do you want to be a Voltron, my brother? Right? Why not be a part and parcel of an organization that pressures, and of course not just pressure, takes action to make the government do the right thing. Any government in power to do the right thing. And of course, Take It Back movement, based on our investigation, has ticked all of these boxes really. Let's pass the mic to as we are almost rounding things up from the studio here. Let's pass the mic to the African Wahala. The African Wahala, how is your side of things, and what is Nigeria? How do you look at Nigeria today with the recent news that you've heard about the country, and of course with the recent adulation that is thrown at Omoyele Sowore? What do you think about the recent, people are now patronizing and they have sweet things to say about Sowore? Even the son of Abubakar Atiku has sweet things to say about Sowore. This new spike in Showore's um, you know Showore's relevance as a result of the steadfast fighting of the IGP, to the very end. Even Obedient, one of the prominent members of Obedient, Maurice Monier, also said, "Well, I respect this guy. This guy fought the IGP to the very end, insisting that he is actually an illegal IGP based on certain criteria that is way, way beyond what the Nigerian laws present to you, because the law was amended just to give provision or to make room for the extension of this man way beyond his retirement age, which is actually a complete injustice to those that have been serving in that same institution. Because what are we talking about? If there are rules, let the rules matter. Not that when one person now get there, you now begin to manipulate the rules, which is characterized or characteristics of this system that many people want to dismantle. That this system has a way of changing the goalposts to favor them. And if they can change goalposts with respect to IGP appointment, only God knows other matters that they will be willing to change the goalpost and damn all of the consequence that Nigerians will not do anything about it. So, what do you think about these old developments today? And we'll be more than willing to hear from you. The African Wahala, the mic belongs to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout out to my comrades Ade, Shewan Lara, and my special brother, Liberation Chat. Thank you for your hard work, for always coming here, always relentless. I'm telling you, bro, history is going to be kind to people like you, because this is a sacrifice that you're putting together, and it's necessary. It's something that if you don't do it, other people will do it for their own benefit, maybe for the benefit of the society. But the fact that you chose to toe this pathway, it's highly commendable. And I know that posterity will be kind to you, to people like you. And there are many people like you as well. Shout out to everybody that is putting their voice together to fight against this system with no matter how small the resources that you have, but you've decided to use those resources to try to improve our society. And I really thank you for always bringing us together. So, Sowore, just like you, Liberation, in his own capacity, he's doing what he's doing. And thankfully, he has supporters like yourself and like me and like our other comrades that are speaking, and even many other listeners Many people are doing what they can in their little capacity to contribute towards improving our system. And my own prediction is simple. For us that have chosen to take the narrow path, which is somehow similar to the biblical scriptures that says that if you take the narrow path, it will lead you to righteousness. But if you take the wide, easy path, it will lead you to damnation. And the wide, easy path is what we've always taken in Nigeria. And it has led us to absolute damnation, an absolute joke of a society. And you see, my prediction is we that are taking the narrow path, we are going to be popular at some point. Showore's movement is going to be popular at some point. And you see, the Nigerian system has been ripe for a revolution for a very, very long time. To be honest, we should have had this revolution in maybe 2009. You see, right after Obasanjo left in 2007 and Yaradua came in, a couple of years later, once Jonathan was in power and many things started crumbling, we should have had that revolution as at then, because it wasn't like Obasanjo did anything good. He did some things that were good. I'm not going to be dishonest. There were a few things that Obasanjo did, like reducing the debt. But because Obasanjo is greedy and a selfish human being, he ruined a lot of those things that he did. He tried to get into power for the third term. That didn't work. Then he imposed Yaradua upon us. And from Yaradua, we ended up with Jonathan. From Jonathan, we ended up with Buhari. And the emotions continue. Now they want us to end up with ADC. Same people that have ruined this country. But at the end of the day, we can all see that a revolution, not all, well, many of us can see that a revolution is what we need. We need to change how we live our lives. We need to change how we do things, how we run this society. It's not working. It has led us to hell. We have a horrible system because of how we've been doing things. So we need a revolution. And you see, someone like Showore that has put himself out there as a beacon of revolution. He has been doing it for so long that now the chickens are finally coming home to roost. It's happening in trickles. It's happening slowly. But the chickens are finally coming home to roost. That IGP Egbetokun situation was such a victorious affair. You see, let me take it back to August 2025. When Showore decided to go and protest in favor of the police, which is absolutely crazy because the police, if I'm being honest and I'm speaking for myself, the police represents one of the terror organizations in Nigeria. I'm not speaking for Liberation Chat, I'm speaking for the African Wahala. The Nigerian police represents one of the terror organizations that we Nigerians have to deal with. Same thing as the military, same thing as the DSS, any security operative, they all possess some sort of terrorism against us. And let me even make you laugh. What's crazy is even security guards, people that don't have official government badges, you see people that are private employees, but because they are working as security guards, bouncers, just normal security, they also want to trample upon other people when they have the opportunity, because we have a culture where we just love to oppress people that are beneath us. Whenever we find someone that we can oppress, an average Nigerian turns into an oppressor. And it's part of the things that we need to change as human beings. So when Showore went to protest in favor of the police and everybody thought it was crazy, the protest was successful because many police officers started getting paid. Rather, many retired police officers started getting paid their gratuity. Many serving police officers got their promotion because of that single action. But when Showore came out to explain why he organized that protest, it came from an ideological standpoint. Even though these guys represent some sort of terror to majority of Nigerians, we still have to do the right thing. And most importantly, if these guys can come on our side, what is going to happen is when we eventually decide to challenge the system, the status quo, these guys that have come on our side, they will less likely kill us with the weapons that they purchased from other countries, because that's what they do. They purchase weapons from Europe, from Asia, and they use those weapons to kill us Nigerians for asking for a better country. So if we protest in favor of these guys, we are creating an atmosphere where they will less likely attack us when we eventually decide to challenge the status quo. That was number one. Number two, Egbetokun Shore has been consistently calling this guy an illegal IGP. He is illegal. This guy is an illegal IGP. You know, the normal Nigerian emotions kicked in with their fake culture. They started coming around and saying, this guy is just always a looter. He's always abusing everybody, always doing this, always doing that. But it was the right thing that he was doing. Egbetokun was supposed to have retired. They illegally amended the laws to allow him remain in that authority because Tinubu won. He needed to reward one of his boys. You see, the way the reward system works with someone like Tinubu is that he would reward you if you have done him a favor in the past. So him putting Egbetokun as the IGP wasn't because of Egbetokun's merit or necessarily because of what he brings to the table. It's simply a reward system and also a system to put individuals in critical institutions so that he has full control of those institutions. You see, we understand what they have going on. Then Shore came back and said, this guy is illegal, he's an illegal IGP. You see, it's only people like Shore that can really say stuff like that. If you look at the current Nigerian system, out of all the prominent people, whether they are pastors, because unfortunately in Nigeria, religious people are some of the most prominent people, whether they are politicians, whether they are entertainers, celebrities, you wouldn't find anybody amongst the popular groups that can come out boldly and call the Inspector General of Police illegal. They won't do it because they don't have the balls. They've all conformed to the system. But Shore, being a revolutionary, refused to conform to the system, inspired millions of people to also refuse to conform to the system, and he kept on calling that guy an illegal IGP, which was the truth. There was absolutely no lie about it. But as usual, the system was trying to push him back because that's what they do. So they took him to the court multiple times, charged him with cyberbullying, charged him with all types of stuff. Nothing stuck. Everything fell through because it's all garbage that they were pushing. Finally, this guy was removed from that position. And I'm telling you, part of the reasons why he was removed was because of the pressure that Shore was putting on them. And that was successful. So the moral of the story is, if you decide to conform to the system, if you decide to submit yourself to be stepped on, to be subjugated by unscrupulous individuals, corrupt politicians, and a corrupt system, then you're not going to be known. You're just going to be an average victim on a perpetual basis. But if you decide to stand for something, number one, you decide, I'm going to oppose this system because it's illegal. And obviously it's illegal. Why should a government amend the laws to maintain an Inspector General of Police for their own selfish reasons? They are not maintaining the Inspector General of Police for your own benefit. It's for the selfish interest of the people that took over power. And that is illegal. So you, a victim of the system, if you decide, I'm going to stand up against the system, I'm going to resist this system in my own little capacity, even if I'm just a singular person, I'll give you kudos. But what makes it easier for you is if you join like-minded people. You see, if you can join like-minded people, like guys in the Take It Back, like guys in the AAC, because you know that if you have someone like Shore behind you, in fact, Shore is high level. If you have some of those people that surround Shore behind you, and both of you have collaborated to stand up against the system, then you have a better chance of resisting the corrupt system. So the bottom line is, it's important that we resist the system, we collaborate with like-minded people, because what happens is it's us that will be respected. We that resist the system, we are the ones that will be respected. We are the ones that are already getting the respect. Just like people are beginning to respect Sowore, more and more people are swaying towards the revolution side because they've seen the system and they are beginning to respect people that resist the system. But if you choose to conform and you choose to submit yourself to be subjugated by the corrupt system, what is going to happen is you're never going to be respected by your oppressors, and you're also never going to be respected by the system. You are going to remain a perpetual victim. You see? You look at the political class of things. Even guys that are in the politics that Nigerians look up to, they're looking at them like, oh, these guys are so powerful. These are the establishment. These are the hegemony.
If there are things
The
associated
ones,
with this tenure that are illegal or criminal, we don't.
the ones among the political class that conform to the system, they kiss the ring. They quickly decamp to APC. In today's world, it's APC everybody's decamping to. Assuming PDP was in power, it's the same thing. They will all be decamping to PDP. The ones that do all that decamping stuff, that subjugate themselves, allow themselves to be subjugated, that are subservient and conform to the corrupt system, they don't get any respect. All they get is a temporary form of respect. The only people that respect them are maybe their family members and people that they donate money to. That's it. And it's mostly not even genuine respect. They just pretend like they respect them because of what they gain from them. That's it. But if you choose to stand separate, I'm not going to be a part of you guys. What you guys are doing is corrupt, and I'm going to call it out. Yes, we understand the system always goes for people like that. It's going to arrest you multiple times. It's probably going to try to kill you. It's going to kidnap you in the middle of the night. It's going to dehumanize you. But we've seen Sowore go through the ringer. He's been through all that process. And now, Sowore is going to confront them. After Egbetokun was removed, Sowore goes back to the police headquarters. If you look at the body language of the police officers when they are interacting with Sowore, you can tell that, man, they all absolutely respect him. They respect him to the core. But they also have to conform to their own police system, so they don't want to show that they respect him, but they definitely do. Sowore goes there and is asking them questions about, hey, is Egbetokun still here? They all pretend like they don't know. We know that they know. But you see, they all have to pretend because they don't want to get in trouble. That's how they feed their family. That's how they get money to put food on the table. So we understand. Bottom line is, it's important for you to stand for something that you genuinely believe in. If you genuinely believe in corruption and you genuinely believe that I want to be corrupt, I want to be a part of APC, I believe in the renewed hope agenda, I am an Emilokon, no problem. Or I am an ADC supporter, no problem. Stand on your side. If that's what you believe in, stick to where you believe in. But I'll tell you what, the best thing that you can gain from taking that stance is, one, if you guys remain in power or ever get to power, maybe you can get some crumbs, right? Maybe some crumbs that are falling off the table. You might be able to catch some of the crumbs and use it to feed yourself and your family, because it all boils down to the economics. People are trying to get finances so they can take care of themselves and their families. And many people have become greedy. Even after they have a lot of money, they still want more money so that they can oppress the poor people, because that's just the psychology of an average Nigerian. I get it. But if you decide that I'm going to stand up against the system and I'm going to make sure that I let it be known that I am against this and I am for a system that needs to be overhauled so that we have a better society, you will be respected. You see, people like Sowore, they are the ones that are respected by every group, from the Emilokon group to the ADC group to the PDP guys that are about to finally go extinct. It's Sowore that they respect. In fact, we heard about Abubakar Malami, whom is currently locked up. Malami now is calling that, okay, I think we're going to need Shore to come and save us. Can you imagine? Do you see how this entire situation is evolving? We have now come to a point where a criminal like Malami is coming out. People are going to say it's alleged because there is no video evidence of him saying that. But I 100% believe that Malami is trying to reach out to Shore so that Shore can come to his rescue. Because he knows Shore always stands up against injustice. And to be fair, even though Malami has a lot of criminal activities under his belt, the reason why they are locking him up, yes, he's a criminal and he deserves to be locked up. But the reason why they are locking him up is not because they're trying to reduce crime or they're trying to punish corrupt politicians. They are locking him up for vendetta purposes. They are angry because Malami left APC and went to join ADC. That's it. That's pretty much it. And he's fighting against them. That's it. And it's the same reason why they arrested El Rufai. It's not because they are trying to curb corruption amongst the politicians. They are doing it because of vendetta. They use the police. Chowore was telling David Umahi that stop using the police to settle your personal beefs, because that's what they've turned Nigeria into, a system where once you are corrupt and you can get to the top, then you can use your power to oppress other people. And that's what we are standing up against. Finally, I just want to encourage everybody, resist, stand for something. I encourage you to stand up for resistance against a corrupt system. But you need to stand up for something and stick to it. It might be unpopular at the beginning, but eventually it's going to become the in thing. However, if you choose to stand up for corruption, you choose to be an Emilokon, you choose to be an ADC puppet, or you choose to be a PDP puppet, that's not fine. But I encourage you to stick to that, and you will have to suffer the consequences. And that's my submission. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much indeed for your submission. That is, you way they do bad, continue with the bad. You way they do good, continue doing good. One day will be one day. The consequence of that action, there's no way you are going to escape it. You cannot escape the consequences of your action, whether good or bad. That is just it in this life. And of course, we know that there's no way that history would forget. You will do well, it should not go forget you. You will do bad, history will not forget the badness where you do. So have it at the back of your mind whenever you are doing everything that you are doing. And it's a profound way to really land your submission, dear the African Wala. Thank you so very much for always addressing the Nigerian people. You have put it on record today, as always, that they should take a stand. Right? They should take a stand and become conscious and liberate themselves, really. When you have a situation that you think this is not how you should, this is a foul play, call it out. Do not hesitate. All right? And Shore is not making himself like a Voltron. And Shore is looking like a Voltron because everybody seems to koto to the system. And he has said it beyond every reasonable doubt that this way they do, now everybody supposed to do. In don't talk many times that the Nigerian people have to participate in their liberation struggle. This very same IGP, his son, got an alert from Anambra State Security Fund, 100 million naira, and they said it is by mistake. Like, mistake? Really? And no heads will roll. And the very same police that should investigate and be truthful as a matter of their mandate, all right, they want to cover the case. And Shore is saying, I would love to get to the bottom of how his son got 100 million naira from Anambra State and make sure that the money is truly returned. This is what is called opposition, in my own view. Did you hear any of the? Actually, they don't hear say this thing happen. I think we know hear say this thing happen. Say the son of the IGP, the immediate passing of the IGP, this former IGP now, his son received 100 million from security fund from Anambra, and that is for just from Anambra State only. Oh.
Now the one we hear be that too.
And the one way we will hear be that. Say Atiku no know say this thing happen, and he no comment about it. Eh? Peter Obi talk say he no hear about this thing wey dey happen so. He no address am, he no threaten the government say this matter we go investigate am to the last. Maybe perhaps they
If
also
they
have
go investigate
in
them,
their,
if you come see say article and even day inside self.
maybe they are afraid of
Thank you.
reprisal
Yes.
consequences. You want expose us.
Mhm.
We say we go expose you. You
Yeah.
save your cockroach on this for inside your own cupboard. We go expose each other. Maybe that's what they are afraid of.
Everybody
Maybe.
go.
That's exactly what they are afraid of.
Now why Peter Obi no want talk?
Please
Now why Peter
proceed.
Obi, sorry, the African wahala.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry,
No,
I say now why Peter Obi no fit talk. Oh, carry on.
no. See, I was just trying to echo what you guys are saying because it's we understand the system, my brothers. They can't call out something when it's the same people they're in the same WhatsApp group. Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, they are in the same WhatsApp group. So for that reason, they can't really call out some things. They have to be careful how they thread. Because I have a compromise on you. We're in the same WhatsApp group. We've been friends for 30 years. I know the dirt that you've been involved with. And for that reason, if you try to expose me, trust me, bro, I have stuff to expose you with as well. And that is the reason why these guys cannot be opposition, because they are the same. And that's my submission.
Absolutely. That seems to be the opinion and the observation of some intelligent Nigerians about this whole situation. That why will it be a mistake that 100 million naira was sent? And of course, the PRO admitted that he called. No, this is not allegation. No, he said he called the son of the IGP, and the son of IGP said it is true that, but he has refunded the money. That it was a mistake.
So they no see
Well,
my account send now come.
I
Now only
wonder
IGP picking account.
the
If he send,
the
he can't talk
poor
to
man
my
of the son of the poor man we dey for street. That one said no get account wey they fit mistakenly send.
Actually, they know if
So
they mistakenly put
millions
100
of
million.
accounts, out of millions of accounts, now only
He
his
went
son
straight to
account
that
they
IGP
do
son.
mistake go send them into.
When
And they want
Nigerian people
Nigerians
are
to
ready to
believe
stop
that
fooling
this is.
themselves.
Okay, yeah, please proceed. Yeah.
I said when Nigerian people are ready to stop fooling themselves, they'll wake up. They will do what? They'll wake up. They say Peter Obi is a good man. He's a good man. Good man never talk. Say this one they happen since so. They will tell you that it's because they have removed the IGP. Good man never talk all this while. Nigerian, some people in Nigeria are very corrupt. Some of them I suspect are more corrupt than the politicians in power, because their ability to overlook corruption is outstanding. It's astonishing. Say 100 million go. I never hear nobody they even talk on for news. Nobody they even do like say they happen. Everybody just do like say in passing. This is confirmed news. This is not speculation. This is not allegation. This is not nothing like that. This is confirmed news from the horse's mouth. Say first of all, the IGP they illegal today there. Secondly, if the king can't they benefit from security votes. And I think, what state is it again? Liberation Chat. Is it not Anambra State? Is it not
Yes,
Anambra
yes,
State Liberation
it's
Child?
from Anambra State. It's Anambra State.
Is
Yes,
that
the
not is
security
that not the
security
state
funds.
of is that not the state of His Excellency?
Yeah, His Excellency
Uh,
Peter Obi. Yes, yes, yes. Is
and as
what
His
who they
Excellency
refer to as Excellency. I do not find him.
as His Excellency addressed the issue, has His Excellency spoken up on the corruption in his state? Has he said anything about how they are trying to, steal from the state? How I believe Egbetokun is not an Igbo man. Last time I checked, I don't think Egbetokun is from Anambra. That's not Egbetokun state now.
We're
Yes.
not even talking about the fact that how did 100 million escape the radar of a professor who was once the CBN governor. That is the current
Mm.
governor of Anambra State. And
No,
is he
me, I
also going
understand
to
that that's the
deny?
current governor.
Is
I'm
he
not even
also going to
surprised.
deny
No,
that he no know say 100 million leave
Liberation. Now this one they
Anambra State
bust my head
account?
though. You see how stupid some Nigerians are, right?
Professor.
The the same Obi one at the talk say is the best thing to happen to Anambra.
Eh,
That he
and
did
of
this for
course,
Anambra.
this same professor,
Anambra
he talk
this.
saying get secret of Obi. He never released the part 2. He released part 1. He never. Maybe he's keeping it
Now
for
election
days like
period.
this.
Just see, I can't wait for election period. Can't wait for election period. You know why I can't wait for election period? Liberation child, they hear me?
Nigerians are in trouble.
You know why I can't wait for election period? Because once election period come, the file yash go dey open left, right, center.
Hmm.
Now that time go the year say, did you know? Did you know? That time is always a beautiful time for us, the incorruptible. Because when everybody's hidden secrets are coming out in the public, all we have to do is sit down and fold our hands and watch them be exposed. And the funny thing is that when the elections get closer, the people that get exposed is not just not just the leaders or like the Atiku and the Obis that get exposed. Even their followers that they are paid, all of them will start fighting because of the money, and the secrets will start coming out. I will point to the Nigerian people and tell them, are these the people that you want to put your life in their hands? Is this the future of Nigeria here? 100 million naira. There'll be no talk. He's going for presidency. He no talk anything. Sure, that you people are saying is a corrupt CIA managed agent, something. He don't talk. Not once, not twice. Nigerian people, Unamumu never do. Unamumu never do. And the people of Anambra are quiet. They say as they go, they don't even do like they don't know anything they happen. This is why you need a leader who knows exactly what to call out, who can address corruption and injustice in real time. Not the one that somebody will come and be speaking from the side of his mouth. This government is not trying. This government is not doing well. You can't call their name. Don't you know their names? Are these not your elder brothers? Are these not your senior colleagues? Don't you know their name? Call them out. No. You sit down there, they are pretending to be Messiah. It's a shame, my comrade. Over.
Thank you very much indeed. Nigerians should get their country back. You would like to share me the African wala. Please proceed.
Yeah, hey, listen, bro. Man, Nigerians, obedience, obedience. You guys are slowly morphing into Emilokon. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You guys are. Obi is losing respect so fast. I'm telling you, man. You guys are about to be clutching onto straws and nothing else, because you're beginning to look like jokes. In fact, every day, bro, you guys are becoming completely unhinged. I regret. There's something I did that I regret. When Wale Soyinka called you guys fascists, I also went against Soyinka. I was like, what's this guy talking about? Nigerian youths are sick of this country and you're calling them fascists. You can't say that. But now I see that you guys are proper fascists, proper ones. Well, most of you, I wouldn't say every last one of you, because some of you guys are reasonable. But the loudest ones, complete fascists. They will lie blatantly. They will blatantly lie. How do you come and tell me that Obi did anything in Anambra State when Anambra State, since I was born, has never been good, just like every other state in Nigeria? So what kind of blatant lie is that? And then you come and start defaming Sowore. You call him, oh, he's a CIA asset. Oh, he's just working for the CIA. He's working for the US government. What? Without any evidence? And then if anybody tries to ask you questions, you turn it into rough. That is the behavior of fascism. And you guys are absolute fascists. Now, I also have to be careful how I speak, because this is not me trying to do all this basketball stuff. I'm not even interested in that. I can do it with you one-on-one, but I can't do it on a platform, on a noble platform like Liberation Chat, where people are actually trying to teach Nigerians. People are trying to conscientize Nigerians to start thinking well. So this is not the right platform. But if you want to have that conversation with me one-on-one, no problem. I can, because these days I'm beginning to see the obedient, especially the loud ones. I'm telling you, man, they've slowly morphed. They've metamorphosized into not even Emilokon. They've metamorphosized into Buharists and Emilokons. I think the Emilokons are worse than the Buharists. Both are horrible. I think the Emilokons, they've taken it a higher notch, a step further. They've even given us, the Yoruba people, they've given us a bad name. Now, we the Yorubas, many victims of Nigeria, they look at us like, oh, you guys are just tribalists. You guys are horrible human beings. You see? They've even soiled our reputation. So I have no mercy for you. You fascists, you are becoming exactly like the Emilokon. Slowly and surely, your popularity is going to dwindle because you're on the right or you're on the wrong path. It's the natural thing to happen. Since you're on the wrong track, your popularity can only last on a temporary basis. A time is going to come where you're going to be nobodies, irrelevant. And then the popularism of people asking for an overhaul of the system, a revolution, it's only going to grow and increase. And many of those that will add to the numbers are going to come from the obedient movement. And that's my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, the African Wala. You've basically spoke truth to power, and you've spoken truth to fellow Nigerians who would love to listen. And he that has ears, let him hear what the revolutionaries are saying to the people. Because it seems as though history has proven that the revolutionaries have always been right. And of course, the best predictor of the future is the past. And when we notice all of these things and we refuse to keep quiet, keep silent, because many people are taking this stand already, saying, I think, why are you people disturbing yourself? Nigeria is Nigeria. You can't change it. It has been destroyed beyond repair. Nigeria has tanked. Nigeria has so many adjectives. But well, I believe as we are speaking, as I am speaking, my son is listening, my family is listening, and I believe my panelists also, as they are speaking, their children are listening. All of these things is registering in their memory. And of course, if we cannot succeed to have Nigeria of our dreams in our own lifetime, we can pass a solid foundation to the next generation. And of course, we can have it on record that we put up a solid fight against a very um, wicked system, because this is pure wickedness, really. When you have politicians going unhinged like this, and of course, even the psychopathy that we must have noticed, the unhinged behavior of the likes of the obedient, the articulate, and all of the rest loyalists that are blind. This is well funded. Their blindness is well funded. Is a well funded, orchestrated, you know, blind loyal support.
A
And of
mirage.
course, it's a matter of
Mirage.
fact. Yeah, it's mirage. And another fact for us to really one thing about the lie is that lies always unravel, you know, as the time passes. Time always reveal the truth eventually. Look at it when Shore was calling Kayode Egbetokun legal IGP. And at that time, he was seen as a rebel. He was seen as a rebel. That this guy, you always fight everybody. You fight everybody. Are you a sadist? Don't you have any? You cannot even say any form of any sort of appraiser for anybody. You are painting yourself as the only clean person in Nigeria. Now, time has proven, and it's not even a long time. Within just 1 year of all of this engagement. Today, everybody is shouting Shore and have very wonderful words to say about Shore. And what interests me now is that despite considering that, yeah, this guy is a wonderful guy, he stood to the very end. And this is a sign of consistency. This is a sign of foresight. This is a sign of someone that can make things work. A leader that he will see something and he will do something, regardless of any of the consequences that will come after it. So far, it is about justice. Justice needs to prevail. And our people are not seeing the rhetoric around, this is who we should vote for in the next coming election. This person is worthy of leadership. Well, maybe perhaps people will gravitate towards that. And of course, the fact that they are taking this stand today is as a result of our efforts. The fact that they still know that this guy is not working alone. This guy has a solid base of an organization, or basically organizations like TIB and AAC, and of course, Socialist Workers League, MOP. This guy does not work alone. He is working in close association and in close proximity with comrades who who are very, very, very much committed to the struggle. So that fact is giving the Nigerian people enough reason to say, well, there's no way you can ignore this guy. You can't cancel this guy, obviously, because he's not working alone. So perhaps we just have to intensify and perhaps to keep doing what we are doing. This educational work that we have engaged in, one thing will come out of it. One thing will shall come out of this. And I sense it is going to be positive at the end of the day. So thank you so much. Big shout out to everybody. I think we'll draw the curtain here, and we want to have a very rich broadcast. We don't want to just mumble, 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 and parabolate around issues. We have hit the nail on the head today, and we have addressed issues that are happening. All right, latest issues that are happening, waiting they happen for Nigeria, and we have done a good job to give live commentary and provided solutions to the problem. We are not just noisemakers. That's what makes civic space unique. As we are talking, we are providing solution, and of course, we hope that our solutions would be more than enough and sufficient for Nigerians to look into it and see whether or not it's something that can be adapted or perhaps seen as self-evident. So thank you so much to all my panelists today, from the African Wala to the Adege David. Big shout out to you. Big shout out to the African Wala. Big shout out to Shinwa Idara. Big shout out to Godwin Saints. And of course to all other panelists and to all of you that joined us from the back end in the house. Thank you so much. We streamed today on 3 platforms: on TikTok, on X, on YouTube. And of course on TikTok it's not recorded. Once we end this live, that is it. That's it. But on X and YouTube, the over 4 hours, 40 minutes broadcast is recorded. It is there. All right. And others who are not privileged to have access to join us on the live would be able to play it back and enjoy the broadcast. So thank you so much. We have done a good job today. Um, we'll see you again tomorrow for another fresh edition of Waiting They Happen. And of course, with the gangs of great Nigerians who are willing to, you know, address the Nigerian people and provide solutions where necessary. Thank you so much. Bye bye.